Hello, welcome back to Run. My name is Beast, and today we're back with Elle-Route. Anyways, so someone told me why it's apparently recommended that you do Heroina-Route first, because apparently that's the route where you learn the most details about Oro's backstory. And that's why it's like recommended to go for that first. I don't give a shit. I want to frack the sexy night lady. Anyways, for those who are wondering, hey, isn't usually Wednesday the day where you record the co-host thing? Well, both of their internets currently shitting the bed, so we've decided to cancel it and just do it tomorrow. Try it tomorrow. That is. No guarantees. That's what I'm trying to say. Turns out this bottle is not 4 glasses of this size of glass. Like 1.5. Oh well. I am dying. Why am I dying? I ate too much. We ordered Asian food, and I ordered some baked chicken with rice. And as I tend to do, I put too much soy sauce on that. No, I'm dying. Anyways. Let's just move into it. Elle watched porn all night, probably.
またエルチンが眠そうだ。あら、昨日もエロいことしたの?
Nah, she went home early and we haven't done anything like that. The other boarders had seen so for themselves, so there were no strange rumors floating around today. The only issue I was running into was Elle acting strangely again. Into today.
すいません。寝不足です。昨夜は仕事もないのに、随分と遅くまで部屋の明かりがついていたわね。何時くらい ?10 時は過ぎていたわ。遅くないわ。10時に寝てたらそっちの方が驚くわ。あ、でもシルビー。そっか。何を納得したのかしら、レイナ。9時を過ぎちゃうね。シルビーちゃまには遅いでしょうね。マッキー！私は決められたスケジュールで寝起きしてるだけで、遅くまで起きられないわけじゃないもん。
not that. Fuck. Ah!
マッキー！マッキー！マッキー！マッキー！
Little monkey lady.
私は決められたスケジュールで寝起きしてるだけで、遅くまで起きられないわけじゃないもん。
Oh, fuck. They continued to squawk and ramble to their heart's content. I tuned the loudmouths out and turned my attention to Elle. Are you okay, Elle? If it's too rough for you, you should head to the nurse's office. Elle would maintain her composed demeanor right up until she couldn't take any more, so the fact she looked this sleepy was proof she was having a hard time. It might be a different story if she'd just eaten, but I wanted to avoid her falling asleep in a strange place.
いえ、お気になさらず。確かに少々夜更かししましたが、2時には床に着きましたので。
Two, huh? Well then, that should work out 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Definitely rough, but not so awful. You'll drop on the spot.
床に着いたのは2時。嘘ではない。5時を過ぎたあたりに一瞬落ちた以外、全く寝られませんでしたが。
Has your boyfriend like to ask what you were doing that whole time?
秘密です。ソルティレージュの存亡に関わる、絶対に言えない、あれです。
Sure. You guys couldn't ask then?
嘘をついてしまった。胸が痛みます。けれど言えるわけがない。私が何をしているのか。買ってきました。ご苦労。
灰巻氏と青きバラの旋律。ほっほ。このジャンルは尽きることがありませんな。
オラルコーチェ、なぜここにいる？
あ、すいません。一応、副長の許可もいるかなって。
何か問題ですかな？
いや、問題などない。私は何らやましいことはしていない。これは日本の文化。日本男児の文化を理解するために大切なこと。そのために、夜通し女騎士が凌辱されるゲームをやり込んでいるのだ。
The two are just gonna like, what the fuck is she talking about?
隊長は、こういうとこかわいいな。
昨日のゲームは全箇所コンプリートした。辛く苦しい道のりだった。剣の道に生きた騎士、ハイロゼットが、主を盾に取られ、恥辱を受けるシーンなど、涙が出るほど悔しかった。
Oh no, she's
そ
getting
れ
into
開始
it.
5分くらいでしょ？
もっともその後ハイロゼットは、主の目の前にもかかわらず、犬に、汚らわしいことをされて、日本人男子の喜ぶものが、分かったのは確かだ。
絶対あかん方向に突き進んでますね。
騎士長殿はお若いですからな。
今日も勉強です。新しいゲームを仕入れて、新しく勉強しなくては。今日は、最後触手に丸飲みにされて、溶かされてしまうエンディングがないゲームがいいな。
No!
初ゲームであれはトラウマですよね。
Oh, why does the way Exna said that just make me picture her just like sitting at a coffee table with like a cup of tea in one hand? Oh, that would be traumatic.
空想とはいえ、あんな残酷なことを思いつくなんて、日本人って怖い。
They are. So, Ella's acting really weird lately. Do you have any idea what's going on?
わかりかねますが、エロイナは真面目ですので、きっとものすごく真面目な理由だと思いますわ。
Well, yeah, she does have a reason. It's porn. Whoo-wee. Yeah, I bet. That made it difficult to stick my nose into her business. What could you do? Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Saturday. Clubs buckled down hard on our days off, and students would spend every waking hour at practice. Rather, that only held true for extremely blessed clubs at some sports-oriented schools.
グラウンド、あと10周です。声を出していきますよ。
武道場が柔道部の日だから。基礎体力のしかできないから。
Most clubs could not claim space, so everyone ended up killing time with super base cardio exercises. Unable to get their hands on swords for the day, the fencing club focused purely on tedious exercise. Which is why I ran away.
いらっしゃい。
Sylvia had come to the school on her day off as well.
クリスマスに演奏会があるから、それまでに指を鳴らしておこうと思ってね。自由な時間が取れてよかったわ。自由に演奏できる時間ってあまり取れないから。
A recital, huh? So a celebrity like Sylvie would definitely have a schedule jam-packed with special events over the holiday season. Christmas and whatnot sounded hectic. Ah! That piece is so difficult you need to put in the extra practice.
本当よ。子供でも弾けるわ。でも練習は大事なの。指に覚え込ませないと。楽譜を追うような演奏じゃいい音が出ないわ。
This whole conversation was completely over my head. As Sylvie read her sheet music.
それで、10日と少しになるわね。エルと恋人をしてもらうことになって。
Yeah. Felt like more time had passed, but it had only been 10 days since we started dating.
どう？エルは結婚したくなった？
I'm pretty sure that was never the deal.
だったわね。でも、二人、私が思った以上に仲良くなっているわよね。
Well, if you set aside how Sylvia had instigated us into having our dinners together, we developed close enough of a relationship to lend her my shower and for me to casually help dry her hair. Not to mention how she had stayed overnight, even if it was an accident.
作戦が成功したかはともかく、なんだか楽しいことになりそうね。
Mission?
なんでもないわ。
Sylvie grinned, clearly acting like her tongue had slipped. Give me a break here! Thought it was weird how pushy you were being to propose all of this in the first place. Do you seriously have some ulterior motive?
怒らないで。エルのためになることだし、オーラに何かしようということではないの。本当よ。
What a mess. Putting Sylvie's schemes aside, I didn't think the fact that dating Elle was nothing. It didn't change the fact that dating Elle was nothing but a huge perk for me. Still. So what's this mission of yours?
シルビー様、来てらっしゃったのですか？エル！一言お声かけください。気づかないところでした。
Looked like they had come to school separately and Elle looked rather panicked.
オーラ！
Yes, hello? She must not have noticed me until then either.
なぜオーラが姫様と一緒に？監禁、脅迫、調教。
Huh?
いえ、疲れているようです。
練習は休憩？ならちょっと3人でいましょうか。
はい。
Like, why don't the three of us hang out? Threesome! Am I being invited to another one of your concerts? Miss Musician, please set the mood with some background music.
はーい。
Sylvie giggled and let her fingers slide across the keys. Maybe my phrasing had been a little rude just now. Although Elle looked exasperated at my request, she remained silent. So I had made that kind of comment when we first met, she surely would have... If I had made that kind of comment when we first met, she surely would have scolded me. How dare you speak to the princess like that? I mean, we were close enough now that I could get away with jokes. Sylvie jovially ran a finger across the keys.
それでエル、フェンシング、出来はどうなの？
はい、上々です。試合でもなかなかに良い成績を残せそうです。最近ちょっと集中力を欠いていますが。
さあ、試合まであと2週間。それまで目いっぱい打ち込んでちょうだい。
はい、学校生活の良い思い出になります。
Huh? Noticed Sylvie's expression suddenly went stiff. I really shouldn't have been surprised that the brief lapse in emotion had impacted her musical performance, but now that I'd seen it firsthand, it was clear to me how displeased Sylvie was by Elle's comment.
思い出にするのは早いんじゃないかしら。来年だってあるでしょ？
自分は競技者としては3年生でのエントリーですので、来年は引退を余儀なくされます。
そっか。でも、ならスポーツとして続けるなりなんなり、国に戻ってからも続けていいのよ。うちの国はスポーツがあまり強くないから、国際競技の選手は多い方がありがたいわ。
それはできません。
どうして？
国に戻れば、私は一階の騎士、シルビア様に常にお仕えする従者の一人です。趣味にかまけている暇はありません。
フェンシング、そんなに好きなのに？
仕方のないことです。
そう。
It was on that note that Sylvie went silent and focused on her performance. What was it? The timbre hadn't changed whatsoever. Yet the tone of her notes felt like they had turned icy.
カバレロ様、どこですか？
はーい。シルビー様、失礼します。
We saw Elle off as she headed back to club. Now then, you want Elle to continue fencing, but it sounds like she's got other plans. Does this have anything to do with the mission you mentioned
オ
earlier?
ーラは鋭いから好きよ。
Her fingers stopped. When her performance ended, everything became crystal clear to me when I saw the furious look on her face. Elle's comment had really pissed her off. What a rarity. Someone as absent-minded as Sylvie could make a face like that. Everyone is entitled to make their own life choices, especially if they want to keep practicing or not.
本人にあんなに才能があっても？
Talent isn't the issue, but rather how the person feels.
その気持ちでも、続けたいと思っていても？
That certainly would complicate things, yes. The way I saw it, I didn't believe that Elle wanted to quit fencing either. It was obvious Elle loved to compete and how much she desperately wanted to continue fencing.
エルはね、いつだってああなの。シルビー様のため、シルビア王女のため、自分の人生を私のためだけに使ってる。あのこと、まだ気にしてるのね。
She whispered that last part too quietly for me to make out.
そこで立てたのが今回の作戦なの。名付けて、エルが大好きなフェンシングを続けたくなるよう、イチに全部任せちゃおう作戦よ。
What a great, easy to follow mission name. It's not a mission, but a complete delegation.
我ながら惚れ惚れとするほど自然な流れで、フェンシングの練習に赴くエルに自然とオーロが会いに行くよう仕向けたわ。
I'd argue that a princess forcing us to get married at spur of the moment is hardly natural, but I do get your point.
あとはオーロに任せておけば、エルもフェンシングの楽しさが身に染みて分かって、続けていきたいと思うようになると思うの。どうかしら。
That's what I'm telling you, this is delegation. I knew what a mission or whatever was now, but she was telling me to change Elle's sentiment towards fencing, or put in a grandiose way, her way of life. There were limits to how absurd your requests could get. She just needs to, like, raise her voice once. For once. Just have a private conversation with Elle. Make her understand that the fact that she is putting anything and everything off for her sake does not make her happy. If anything, it makes her feel guilty. Anyways, just to put this out there, if you're insisting I persuade her, that's out of the question. If I were to tell Elle you should prioritize fencing over Sylvie, then she'd probably get angry at me. We finally had a friendly atmosphere between us, and I didn't want to screw that up. Broadly of all, if she wanted to quit a sport, then it would be best for her if she followed through. Forcing yourself to keep playing a sport just because other people told you to would be foolish. That's what I thought, but Sylvie flashed me a soft smile and said,
説得なんてしなくていいわ。オーロは、ただエルのそばにいてくれれば。
Huh?
作戦は順調に進行中よ。
What did she mean? Sylvie giggled at me as I tilted my head in confusion. Hello, I clicked.
オーロがそばにいれば、エルはこれから先、もっともっとフェンシングが楽しくなると思うの。そうしてフェンシングを今以上に大好きにさせるのが私の作戦。あとは良きところでもうちょっと続けなさいって命令するだけよ。現時点じゃまだ無理みたいだけど、今より大好きになったらエルだって悪い気せず続ける気になるでしょ。
I don't like the phrasing of order her to keep practicing. I sound relatively passive for something she had called a mission. Would a strategy like that pan out? I had my doubts.
完璧な作戦よ。オーロがそばにいれば、どんなことでも楽しくて仕方なくなっちゃうはずだもの。
And Sylvie's mind was an open and shut case. I hadn't realized just how much people relied on me. Stuck around at the academy even after Sylvie had gone home. This plan of Sylvie's, setting aside whether it would work or not, I had no reason to fight her on it. In truth, I was happy that Elle and I had gotten closer as a result. However, it did bug me a little to know that I had been played. What bugged me worse, though, was Sylvie and Elle's relationship. How could I describe it? Its development had really reinforced something I'd sensed before. For whatever reason, they were somewhat reserved around one another. It wasn't like they had a poor relationship. They were incredibly close, actually. Although Elle had sworn absolute unwavering loyalty to her, Sylvie's affections for Elle were far greater. In spite of those feelings, there was a clear rift between them. It felt like they were overly mindful of that gap and were keeping a calculated distance from one another. Why? No, it was my place, but I was worried all the same.
ねえ、ちょっと君。
Yes? when suddenly a man spoke to me. Who was he? It was an older man with a friendly smile. I didn't recognize him. I did notice
ちょっ
something.
と聞きたいんだけど、いいかな？
He called me out and beckoned me over. He was outside school gates and made absolutely no attempt to come inside. That was when it occurred to me. Oh, he came here on a job. What is it? Couldn't ignore him, and that was my way home. No other choice but to pop
い
over.
や怪しいものじゃないんだけどね。君、市松大路くんだよね。
You know my name. Must have done his research and read up on me. Namely, the hot topic currently circulating online. Heroina's
い
boyfriend.
やノーブル学園ってすごいね。ここに来るまででもドキドキしちゃったよ。僕の通ってた学校は昔ながらのオンボロ校舎だったから。
Right. I was beating around the bush and really playing it by the book. Maybe she could go straight for the kill. If you're here to talk about Elle, then I've got nothing to say to you. Sortilege has me bound to secrecy. May have jumped the gun a little, but I played that this is an international issue card. I didn't know who this guy was. I wasn't sure why he was here, but at least he wasn't snapping candid photos of me while we spoke. What's more, he hadn't come onto school grounds. He was avoiding trespassing. That should mean he wouldn't pick any fights with royalty.
ああ、そうかい。ひょっとして、僕の前にも誰かにしつこくされたとか？いや、誤解されちゃってるね。君やカバリエロさんに迷惑かけたいわけじゃないのに。
I'll take your word for it. So what is this then? An interview or part of a gossip column?
本当なら取材費もちゃんと用意してきたんだけど。
Well then, please hand me that interview fee. Once you do, I'll let my contacts at Sortilege know I accepted an interview.
ああ、肝が据わってるね、君。おじさんも家庭があるし、世間話ってことでどうかな？ね。
He wasn't backing down, huh? Not only was he persistent, but the fact he had an interview budget at all meant he was in the business. With that in mind, I'd like some information of my own. The pretend lover strategy Sylvia had devised worked wonders with addressing the candid photos, but it was a double-edged sword that supplied weekly magazines and other legitimate medias with tantalizing material. If only I could keep them at bay until the day of the competition. So I had hoped, but that had apparently been naive of me. Unfortunate. The next thing I needed to consider was the company he worked for. If it was just one guy, then I could probably sidestep him entirely. But if several news outlets and agencies began poking their noses into this, then we'd have more to worry about than just candid photos. Regardless, I could just inform Sylvie and let it become Sortilege's
い
problem.
くつか聞きたいことがあるんだ。まず君がカバリエロさんの。
If this is small talk, then you can mark me down as no comment for everything.
どうして？もしかして答えにくいこととか？
This person who came to me under the guise of an interview presumed to be difficult to work with on following their first question. Sound about right?
ああ、待って待って。君怖い子だな。
He soon realized how unapproachable I was, but the smirk never left his face. Now was the time. Alright, which publisher do you work for?
え？どうして？
Well, aren't you supposed to start by introducing yourself in these situations? You haven't mentioned any names at all. Went in for the second kill. I didn't especially care who he worked for, but as it wouldn't make him any less of a nuisance. I'd lulled him into a false sense of security in thinking this interview would go off without a hitch, and had broken the ice by requesting his credentials. If he had any guilty conscience to speak of, this would be the part where he would make a break for it. If he were actually to stick around.
冗談者だよ。センテンススプリングって雑誌知ってる？あそこの人間。はいこれ。
He naturally handed me his business card. So he didn't have any guilty conscience. His card listed the name Komiya Eisuke. Not Elias? An alias? Nah, maybe I was being paranoid.
じゃあ、これ以上は怖いから、今日はこの辺で。
Huh? You're leaving already?
それだけ受け取ってくれれば十分だから。
Oh. Left after handing me his business card. Damn it, he tricked me!
どうしたのです、オーロ。
I guess it wasn't really tricked, but it kind of feels that way. Instead, I couldn't very well ignore the feeling in my gut. He had read me and the conversation like a book. I was actively on alert when I approached him, yet I had only learned what they wanted me to know about them. Rather, they had only told me their assumptions. They had wrapped up all introductions after he handed over his card. It would be tough to ignore him the next time he came around. He had effectively formed a connection with me and Elle.
週刊誌の記者が接近ですか。騎士員の方から出版社に断りを入れましょうか。オーロには近づかないようにと。
Is that possible? He just came by to introduce himself and hadn't arranged for an official interview.
ええ、現時点は声をかけられた程度、講義を入れられる段にありませんが、オーロは学生です。しかもノーブル学園に通う。圧力をかける程度なら十分ですよ。
I see where you're going with this. Throwing Noble Academy's name around really helped in times like these, huh?
ただ、やはり現時点では講義をかけるにはぬるい。あまり過敏に反応すると、こちらから焚きつけることにもなりかねませんね。
You mean an oversensitive response would suggest there's something you don't want them to find out?
ええ。そうなると、現在は出版社1社だけですが、他の会社まで呼びかねません。
I'd like to avoid that. If we were to kick up a fuss now, it would likely cause a much larger commotion. I could tell just how massive of a nuisance the media could be. So, we shouldn't ruffle any feathers yet, right? The guy who came around last seemed sensible at least. Could probably get through him now that I'd mentioned Sortilege's name. I desperately wanted to avoid doing anything to attract the paparazzi, namely those who would do anything for a story to make international headlines. I could just ignore him next time.
ですね。
Yeah, he was a pretty clever reporter, so I was a little worried he might try to pull a fast one on me next time. To be blunt, I wasn't all that bright. He might extract information from me through idle conversation, and I wouldn't realize it in time. Some sort of information. Oh yeah, before all that.
何です？
If I were to accept his interview, how would I explain myself? Before I should worry about having information drawn out of me, what information would they even take? Who was I to Elle and to Sortilege as a whole? It was a little late now, but I realized how trivial my presence was. So first off, I'm Sylvie's friend.
そうですね。
This was the official setup we had reported to the police and public security when we first met. If any of those details got back to the weekly magazines, it shouldn't result in a scandal.
シルビー様の幼馴染でいらっしゃるそうですね。それを公式のものとさせてもらいましょう。幼馴染の縁で、姫様はあなたをノーブル学園に招いた。
A princess's boyfriend found. You sure that'll be alright?
男性のご友人程度ならば問題ありません。シルビー様はクラスの男子全員とも親しいですし。
If push comes to shove, we can just drag Kikuchiyo in with us and have him say, I'm friends with everyone! If nothing else, it wouldn't stir up any drama if my relationship with Sylvie were to go public. Which brought us to... What about us? We aren't engaged, I presume? I assume?
そうですね。
Then what are we? How close are you and I right now? Suddenly our faces flushed a bright shade of red. What the heck was I saying? Was that even a question a guy should be asking? I'd put it out there, but there was no turning back now. I couldn't deny that I've been thinking about it all the time lately, too.
私とオーロは、
Yeah?
ですね。
I know that we're pretend lovers. Until December 17th, right? So that meant we had only 10 days left. Everything went by so fast. What happened to us then? What should we do? We really do need to figure this out. Think about it. We'll be in huge trouble if those magazines reports come sniffing about. We need to know what to do if it's put into an article.
そうですね。困ります。どう答えたものでしょうか。
We both froze up. This conversation quickly veered off into an unexpected direction. Neither of us had really given this particular subject any thought. What was to come of us beyond December 17th? Our time as pretend lovers would soon end, and we wouldn't really need to interact with one another. You could call us lovers if you wanted, but it wasn't anything like that. And all she really did was treat me to a homemade meal every night. It's not like we'd cut ties completely, as we were both classmates and close friends at this point. Sharing the title of lovers wouldn't pose any major problems. It wouldn't, but I think I'd like for us to stay this way. Even after the 17th. Even if we stop pretending. Actually, I'd really like it if we stopped pretending altogether right here and now. And we became real lovers. I leaned my face towards hers. Elle's eyes widened. Even though she knew what I was after, she didn't run away. Instead, her eyelids slowly drifted shut, and she welcomed me. Something I like that this game did. You unlock the fucking image gallery the second you get to the routes. Apparently. Anyways, also apparently some sex scenes are supposed to have actual story relevance. So I'm curious how the fuck they handle it in this. Anyways. Our lips joined together. It was our first kiss. Elle's lips were astonishingly soft and squishy to the touch, even though every other word out of her mouth was anything but. I briefly wondered if such fragile lips would break if I put too much force into our kiss, but I didn't back away. Every impact was met with a sweet rebound, with a powerful and almost jelly-like recoil. Simply being pressed against them gave me chills. A kiss. It is what they feel, what they were like. Both of us let out a heated sigh. And like so, the rift between our lips was closed even more tight, being crushed together by the force behind their impact. Stuck together, like they had meshed together. It was as if our lips were being absorbed into one another's. I could even feel Elle kissing me back. Huh! But that was as far as it went. In reality, it had probably been less than a minute, but Elle quickly pulled away. Elle? She up and left. Almost to be expected. Elle and I did live in different worlds. I may have jumped the gun a little bit. I was telling her the truth, though. I had fallen for Elle a long time ago. Even though Elle and I lived in completely different worlds. I knew that, deep down, I still loved her. And I had no intention of giving up on her. That was a realization I'd made long ago. Fucking adorable. Catch Kyoto! He's fucking trying to run away! December 10th, Sunday. Elle's championship was only a week away. Which meant we only had 1 week left of our pretend relationship. Maybe we still had another week, but be a better mindset. Either way. Had to be today of all days. I won't get to see Elle. I don't regret telling her that I loved her yesterday. But yesterday may have been horrible timing. Today was the only day this week that I didn't have plans to see Elle. I could see Elle at school during the week and when she attended club meetings on her days off. But since we were going to use the martial arts dojo for an entire day next week, it just so happened to be the day the fencing club couldn't use the campus whatsoever. They had the day off, in other words. It was the one day I couldn't see her. Talk about crappy timing!
だからどうしたん？エルチンに会えないから何よ？
Well, you know... How should I handle this? I'd love to talk about what happened yesterday, and I didn't want to keep it all to myself. Would it be alright tomorrow? Well, would it be alright tomorrow? I guess there's no real difference between today and tomorrow, but... I would have to spend all day in a state of distress! Ah!
はっ！お主さては、エルチンに何かしたな？やっぱりか！
Oh, what are you rambling about? What do you base that on?
ごまかしても無駄だぜ！証拠は今、自分が口で言ったギク！お天道様が見逃しても、この印籠と、桜吹雪と、その他諸々が見逃せしねえ！おとなしくお縄につきやがれ！一末や！
Hey, my magistrate! Then that sussed me
で
out.、
具体的に何したの？
Told you nothing.
嘘だね。まあどうせあれでしょ？あのおっぱいに目がくらんで、ついつい手が伸びちゃったとかでしょ？エロいなはエロいな。とか言いながら、あのビッグブレストをわしづかんで、吸ったり揉んだりしたんでしょ？
Big breast! The fuck?
おろ？
Elle's boobs! They sure were huge. I hadn't touched them, but I guess they had pressed up against me when we kissed. I would make those mine somehow. Wait, no. The thing I figured out my feelings for Elle, my sexual desires sparked up too.
この顔は、ガチでエロいこと考えてるやつだな。本当にエルチンに何かしたっぽいな。んで、何を悩んでるの？やっぱエルチンを怒らせて、殺されるかもパターン？
I obviously doubt she would kill me over it.
わあ、エロいことしたのは認めましたよ、この男。
I haven't admitted anything.
じゃあ、怒らせた方？
I had to define it anyway?
そっちか。そりゃいかんよ、オロくん。
It's not like I did anything wrong. Just didn't see things eye to eye, right?
それで朝からうなってるわけか。よし、わかった！ここはこの浜中の生けるおせっかいばあさんと言われた、この、木崎玲奈さんに任せんしゃい！
Ah. She's like Ayumi. That was the name, right? Hold on. I do not recall. Also, I got through the fucking... I managed to cheat my way through the fucking soft lock in Radiant Dawn. Namely, I just pushed all of my characters back to the back line, built like a small like wall on the access point where melee units couldn't attack, and ranged units would have massive disadvantages. While the other basically, there's a gap, then there's like a higher plane and a lower plane. You can move from the lower plane to the upper plane, but only if there's no people there. So as long as there are people there, all you can do is basically shoot at them from the lower plane, but that will cause a massive massive penalty to your accuracy. So I just basically like formed up the last few units that I had up there and tried to keep the flyer units away with them, while I basically told some other units that were stronger to stand off to the side and block a footpath up, and told all the NPC units, okay, gather on this footpath, and once they were all nice and bundled up there, told them to roam. So they attacked and healed each other and used ranged attacks and all that. And like that, I managed to stall enough time to win the stage. That was nice. Anyways, the reason why I thought of that was because I opened up and it's just a forum where I was starting to get so desperate I was looking up action replay codes. I ended up not using any because none of them fucking worked! I tried to use them! None of them worked! Anyway... It was Ayumi. Ayumi Hojo. I still love this image. Oh, he's so cute. Thanks. He's a rescue. Stop telling people that. The way you phrase that makes it sound like all the noisy ladies, old ladies the world over are dead.
突っ込むならまずはばあさんってとこね。おいで、オーロ。
Huh? They ain't dragged me outside. Where are we going?
そりゃもちろん。あ、そうだ。許可がないと警察が来ちゃうんだっけ。ピポパ。
Cops?
もしもーし。ジーヤさん？あ、どうもでーす。
これは妃様。姫様にご用ですかな。
今日はシルビーだけじゃなくてね。
What are we doing here? I just imagine him just like standing like, what the fuck? What is happening? Help me. Why is everything red? Everything is gold? I can't see anything. Fucking richness is blinding me. I got dragged along with her before I even knew what was going on. And what the fuck's happening over here? It was on the edge of town, deep in the heart of the rich neighborhood that I'd never stepped foot into. The long, seemingly endless brick building was enclosed behind a tall fence, and I briefly wondered if it were an exhibition hall of some kind. Off to the side of a gateway so gigantic it would give noble academies a run for its money, she had opened this teensy little door. Heroina continued to literally drag me along as she calmly entered the facility and guided me deeper and deeper inside. What is this place? A dance hall?
荷物使いますな。まあ大抵はただの立食会程度ですが。
Like, he just like looks over at Brother Coach like, please help me. She won't explain anything. Please tell me where I am. Am I gonna die? Ah, hello. That familiar older man was here.
どうもーす、ジーヤさん。エルチンは？
声はかけておきました。時間ができれば来るでしょう。しばしお待ちを。
い。その間に飲み物です。どうぞ。
Like, here, have some refreshment. Where is he? And he's like suddenly just like cowering the fucking corner. Like, why didn't you tell me we were going to see Elle? Why didn't you tell me we were going to see Elle? I'm not prepared! I'm not prepared! He took out... She took out grape juice for us. You couldn't ask for anything more. It made me grateful. Is this where Sylvie and Elle live?
来たことなかった？
No, this place is amazing. I've been serious about... I have been curious what their home was like, but I had never been. It had this medieval feel to it, which wasn't all that surprising considering where the princess and her knight lived. I noticed a couple of appliances here and there, so it wasn't without modern conveniences. It definitely gave off the impression that sophistication was valued highly. Do you come here often?
たまーに。夕飯とかすごいんだよ。毎回コースで来るから。
Wow.
今夜ご用意いたしましょうかな。
No, please don't put yourselves out for us. It actually sounded uncomfortable, so I passed on his offer. When...
誰だ？
Ah! Darkness! Whoa. A set of hands suddenly covered my eyes. Where did you come from?
誰だ？レイナ、言っちゃダメよ。はいはい。
Now I understood what was going on. Did Sylvie order Elle to cover his eyes? Elle?
あら？オーロ、声でわかろうよ。 傷ついちゃうわ。
How I messed up. It was Sylvie. That's been on my mind a lot lately, so I couldn't help it. She moved her hands away. Turned around. Menacing. Ah! Some utterly humongous lady filled my view. Who the hell are you?
せっかくドッキリを仕掛けたのに、とんだボケつぶしだわ。
Oh, now I actually want to go for the who? Who? Who is it?
あら
I can't tell. Who is
あ
it?
らあら、正解。
She moved her hands away. I turned around. Menacing. Ah! Some utterly humongous lady filled my view. Who is this? Seriously?
正解は、オーロがまだ会ったことがない子でした。ある意味正解だね。やるじゃん、オーロ。
Forget all that. Who is this?
ありがとう、キャシー。言っていいわ。
はい。
Thud. Thud. She headed back to where she came
びっ
from.
くりしたでしょう。このソルティレージ領事館最大にして最強の護衛騎士、キャスリングよ。
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Why go to all that effort, though?
レーナが来たと聞いてきたらオーロまでいてびっくりしたから、びっくりで返そうと思って。エルにご用ですって。
Yeah, is she here?
まだお部屋なの。変ね。今日は特にやることないはずなのに。ここ数日、妙に部屋にこもっているのよね。パソコンを持ち込んで、私が言っても何やってるか教えてくれないし。
Hmm? Wonder why. Is she working on some fencing-related report or something?
エルチンが引きこもりね。ジーヤさん、なんか知ってる？
ほほほ
Shot us an all-knowing smile, but refused to elaborate.
呼んでくるわ。私が行けば、さすがに出てくるでしょう。
The princess went to get her in person.
ちなみに、エルチンやシルビーの資質にはさすがに入ったことない。
申し訳ありません。国外の方をお招きできるのは、こちら、ゲスト館までとなっておりますので。
Yeah, I figured as much. There were probably heaps of formal procedures involved. By the way, she had called this a hall, huh? I look in from the window, and yeah, I did see another estate far off in the distance. Couldn't see anything to do with a high fence, but there did appear to be 2 or 3 estates nearby. And
何してますのゲロ？
Mina! Ran into someone unexpected. Actually, she was probably more surprised to see us than anything else.
私は本日公務ですので準備に。そちらは？遊びに来ました。まあ、ごゆっくりしてらして。
And there she went. It was kind of embarrassing to tell our junior, who mentioned she had work, that we came over to her place to hang out. Huh? That was when I noticed. Mina was going up the stairs. Even though Sylvia had gone down the corridor leading further inside to call for Elle. I wonder where Mina went. Said with no real aim in mind.
資質です。本日のご公務には、それなりの準備が必要ですので。
Huh?
はい。
Black-suited lady gave me a look that said, "What's the matter?" Huh? By the way, wasn't this odd? Mina lives here in this building?
はい。ああ、少々誤解なさっておられるようですね。
この屋敷はソルティレージはイスタ家の所有する別邸となっております。
故にシスア家である神なる様はゲストという形で部屋を取っておられるのです。
Huh? The Ista family? That was Elle's family, right?
この屋敷というか、この敷地の領事はソルティレージ王室、シスア家ではありません。イスタ家。ひいてはこの3年間はエロイナ様の所有となっております。
What?
厳密にはエロイナ隊長の所有する別邸地のうちゲスト館だけを領事館としてシスア家に譲渡している形ですな。
それって何？エルチンってむっちゃお金持ちなの？
Enough that she owned an estate like this?
それはもちろん、イスタ家はソルティレージでも 王室質明に次ぐ名家ですゆえ。
I do recall Mina mentioning something about Elle being the daughter of a highly regarded noble family, one on par with the royal family. I may have been on an entirely different level than I originally thought. She was the master of an estate in which a princess like Mina was a guest. If they didn't play their cards right, wouldn't this place her on the same level as Sylvie and Mina? Not that I had any clue what the power balance was like for the people of Sortilege.
準備完了。あら、まだいたんですの。
Mina came down a short time later.
お待たせしてますわね。お姉様ですか？呼んできましょうか？にゃ、エルチン、今シルビーが呼びに行ってくれてるとこ。そう。お姉様をパシるとは、いい度胸してますわね。でもなんか時間かかってるみたい。
Yeah, she is a little late. Enough time had passed for Mina to show up, get ready, and come back down. And yet there was still no sign of either Elle or Sylvie.
お姉様のことだから、何かよそごとしてしまってるかも。私が呼んできますわ。
Mina went to run this errand on her own of her own accord. She really was a great girl at heart.
お二人はどこへ？
ああ、カミナル様。
申し訳ありません。エロイナ様の寝室でございますゆえ。
寝室？
Huh? But she stopped in her tracks. She must have known where it was and looked in the same direction Sylvie had walked off earlier. Huh? With a bit of look in her
で
eyes?
は、私では力になれませんわね。
Huh?
なんで？お待たせ
Which was when those two came
ー。
along.
ごめんね、待たせて。エルったら。おら、ミナ。ごきげんよう、お姉様。もう時間ですわ。早速ですわ。おいとましますわね。あら。そっか。今週はミナが耳の聞こえない子への慰問だったわね。
We saw Mina off as she left for work. Okay then, with that...
遅かったけどどうしたん？
いえ、失敬。仕事です。
仕事じゃないでしょ？何か、ゲーム？やっていたんじゃない？
聞く。
何をやっていたの？あれ、女の子がキャーキャー言って。
なんでもありません、姫様。とある仕事で必要なことを調べていただけで。
What kind of job?
機密です。騎士の、大事なことで。あら。
BAM! Elle's face flashed bright red with such enthusiasm it felt like it should be accompanied by that booming of a sound. This dredged up the same mood as yesterday. Awkward.
どうしたの？おやおや。
Sylvie gazed blankly at Reina's evil expression.
私はやることがありますので。
やることってゲーム？
違います。
She tried to hold herself back up in her room, but once the game subject was brought up, she came back. I had no idea what the fixation was on that game, but we kept Elle from getting away since she didn't want us to think she was playing a game. Given the rare occasion, the four of us ended up going into town together. Our relationship with Elle was still in touchy territory. We had kissed, and she had rejected me. There was no avoiding it.
ラーメン屋さんへ行きましょう。せっかくの外出よ。今日のお昼はラーメン。お任せ。いい鶏白湯の店調べてるよ。
You still were nice birds like usual. Alright. Hey, as far as lunch goes, would you do mind if we went for something other than ramen? I looked into a nice place.
まあ、オーロが言うなら。で、ラーメン以外のどこ？
Soba.
お蕎麦、懐石の中に出たことはあるけれど、専門店というのは初めてよ。
That was a nice CG.
しっぷい趣味だね。こういうとこって、おじさんおばさん通り越して、おじいちゃんおばあちゃんって感じだけど。
I'll say that. Price-wise, it was targeted at the rather elderly, but... Pardon me. For the time being, Elle was my highest priority over everything else.
いい店ですね。なんというか、ほがらかなのに身が引き締まります。
Wonder if it's like how we felt when we went to a high-class French restaurant. Wasn't all laid back and relaxed like ramen or gyudon restaurants. Would agree if you were to call it hoity-toity, but it felt like a moderately stringent restaurant to eat at. Figured Elle would enjoy it.
わざわざ調べて。
We promised, didn't we? That's why I picked this restaurant was between Elle and I alone.
まあいいわ。注文しましょう。こういう店だと、やっぱり冷たいので行きたいよね。
Isn't it kind of chilly for that? It's already December, you know.
どうしようかな。
冷たいの。あ、盛りそばというやつですね。
あれ、エルチン詳しい。
勉強したのです。それで、温かいのがかけそば。
Don't call it that. Kake is a German word for shit.
かけと森、知らない言葉だな。今日はお外は森だけれど、お店の中はかけね。そういう使い方はしないけど、可愛いからよし。
Elle sounded like she'd been awfully excited for this too. I was glad I brought them here with me.
森とかけ、どちらにすればよいでしょうか。
Well, why don't you try the hot soba with duck, Elle?
これは写真を見るに森ですね。
Yep, but you dip it into the hot pot here, so it's warm when you eat it. I'm gonna go with a pile soba. That way I could give you my broth and it'll be like you're eating poured style.
よろしいので。
I've always liked cold dishes, so it's fine.
では、お願いします。
私は普通にかけ。女の子はお腹冷やしちゃダメってバッチャが言ってた。
With that settled.
シルビー様は何に？
そうね。かけと森。両方にするわ。お願いしまーす。
はーい。両方。
Well, it's not an inedible amount. You can totally eat it if you're in the right mindset for it.
そうですか。
Two helpings worked out just about right to fill up Sylvie's stomach.
では、ご注文繰り返させていただきます。鴨鍋そば、天ぷらかけそばが2つ。お昼のセットおそば、ざるが2つでよろしかったですか？はーい。ありがとうございます。300円追加でおそば10割に変更できますが、いかがですか？10割。そば粉 100% というやつですね。
Yeah, soba enthusiasts go crazy for the stuff, but it's a little tough to eat. I'd rather have the standard noodles.
私も28。
では、私もそのままで結構です。かしこまりました。お客様はいかがなさいますか？
そうね。じゃあ、かけと森、両方28と10割を1つずつ、計4つ持ってきてちょうだい。はいお願いしまーす。
The employee's just like...
28も10割も美味しいわ。
That's what matters most. A slightly appetized killing spectacle was unfolding in the corner, but okay, Al, yours is it's probably ready to eat now.
はい。鍋の文化は知っていますが、日本では本当に食卓の上で火を使うのですね。
外人さんは驚くよね。この青白い燃えるやつでテーブルの上でお鍋にするの。
Only high-class places have these, so it's kind of exciting even for Japanese people.
そう。軽めのキャンプファイヤーだよね、これ。
The flame-bound hot pot was making a lovely simmering noise. The duck and leek hot pot was in good shape.
どうしたら良いのでしょう、これ。
Well, you'd eat it like a normal hot pot, and then you could dip your soba noodles into it once it starts to get low.
なるほど。では。
I'd better begin too.
ここの天ぷらエビでかいな。 あらあら、その魚の、なんかちょうだい？
It's herring. I'd ordered the lunch combo, which included a small side of tempura, raw fish, and simmered herring.
ニシン？
It's kind of fish. They've got really tiny bones and are rarely eaten, but they are fairly common at soba restaurants. Seemed herring soba left quite an impact on people. Now that I thought about it, herring soba was a real mystery. Why herring of all things?
甘辛くていいよね、これ。
I'm sure mature adults would have it as a side with drinks, but it's delicious enough to eat like a regular dish.
いただきます。
おいしい。
It also had an exceptional reputation with foreigners. For that matter, a herring was in the combination meal Sylvia ordered
こ
herself.
ちらも、鴨肉。こんな風に調理したものは初めてです。
Duck meat can be pretty fatty, and adding it to the hot pot totally changes the flavor, doesn't it?
はい、すごくさっぱりとして。
ネギの力だね。日本じゃカモネギって言って、背中からネギの生えてるカモが自生してるくらいでね。
And that's why Farfetched exists, probably. Knock it off with the result repulsive to imagine fibs. In any case, Elle appeared receptive to everything so far, and I couldn't help but feel relieved. And then when it came to the all too vital soba...
では、お蕎麦をいただきます。
Once Elle had opened up the hot pot, she dipped her noodles into the remaining broth.
せー
Slurp. Oh. But like I said before, slurping like that won't work.
しかし、お蕎麦はすするものと。特に熱いのは最初は無理だよ。もっとゆっくり鳴らさないと。
そうなのですか？
Yeah, hadn't she taken an interest in soba itself because of some conversation about slurping? I was upset she wasn't able to do it well. I was sure she was teary-eyed because her throat hurt, but...
なってないわね、エル。そんな形だけ学んだ作法では何の意味もないわよ。
どういうことでしょう？
麺類をすするという文化は、もともとは麺を途中で噛まない。噛んだものをお皿に戻さないという食の美意識から生まれた概念なのよ。
なんと。
そうなん？
Beats me. The princess seated beside us was better informed of Japanese cuisine customs than the actual Japanese natives.
つまり、麺類を相手にしたとき大切なのは、すすることではないの。こうして。
Sylvie picked up her own serving. She brought the scooped up noodles to her mouth. As she slowly slurped on them, she took the folded bundle she had picked up with her chopsticks. And she put it in her mouth.
Ooh!
Beautiful! Lovely execution. If this were an anime, you'd almost expect an eruption of white lilies to pop up behind her.
こうして美しく食べる。これがすするという行為の源流にあるの。それを逸してはいけないわ。
Even though she was eating an ordinary bowl of cold soba noodles, she had this very refined look to her. The other restaurant goers were just as captivated, even if you discount the fact that she was eating enough for 4 people.
なるほど。
Elle imitated her and ate a mouthful of bundled up noodles.
Oh!
This got sighs of admiration from the other customers. Elle wouldn't be outdone when it came to manners, especially when it came to maintaining her noble picture-perfect
あ
appearance.
とはこれを慣れていけば上手にすすれるようにもなるわ。
Slurp, slurp.
なんでシルビーは普通にすすれてるんだろう。
Beats me. More importantly, how's your very first soba experience?
はい。とても美味しいです。
お蕎麦ってお菓子にもなるのね。不思議な食材。
Can be pretty heavy-handed, though.
でも全部美味しいよ。そばぼうろ、そばせんべい、そばかりんとうにそばまんじゅう。
The items she listed off were either kneaded with or made of buckwheat and could easily be found in a grocery store shelf.
全部買いたかったわ。
It would be too heavy to carry on your own, so why don't you make do with
じ
manju?
ゃあ、これ系はどれもお茶菓子にいいよね。ちょっとつまむ感じでさっぱりして。へえ。で、どうだったエルチン。冷たいのと熱いのなら。
甲乙つけがたいですね。どちらにもそれぞれで際立った美味しさがありました。
美味しかったわ。
As long as you enjoyed it, that's what matters. As promised, I swapped dipping sauces with Elle-Route, and we enjoyed our meal in various ways. Everyone was beaming with delight when we walked out of the restaurant.
久木殿は温かいのを頼まれていましたが、温かい方がお好きなので？
私はね、エビ天がつけばどっちでもいい人。お蕎麦の本体は天ぷらだと思ってるから。
ああ、斬新な捉え方ですね。
That's just how common buckwheat is. It's one of its many charms.
なるほど。
We had a great time, even though we made this trip into town on a whim. Most notably, borderline fishing mood between Elle and myself.
おいおい、どうしてご両人見つめちゃって、ラブラブラブラブかよ。
It's not like that, honestly.
もう。
I think this teasing made it difficult for me to focus on the good mood Elle and I had going on. I felt pretty good about it, actually. I wonder how Elle felt. Even though things have been pretty weird between us after that one-sided kiss earlier. With that taken into account, I wondered how she felt now. I hadn't gotten to ask her before. Just how did you feel about me?
ですね。
Yeah? Were Raina and Sylvie being concerted, or was it that what Elle wished for? Around the time our day was through, she and I managed to find some time alone together. Sylvie and Raina eventually made their way to the music hall, leaving Elle and I to do our own devices. The academy was eerily quiet after clubs let out. It worked out perfectly for a place to talk in private.
この間のこと、ちゃんと話しておくべきだと思うのです。
Yes? Oh, wait, I need to apologize first. Sorry, I was kind of, overbearing.
いえ。
Sudden kisses... yeah... well... well... At this point, I can't help but wonder how it even went.
そうですね。いきなりは、困りますね。
Even now, I'd still like to kiss you again. Elle turned away, looking distressed. I hesitated when I saw her reaction. I guess what happened yesterday really bothered her. Should have taken things slower. Let me say it again. I love you, Elle. How do you feel about me? I wasn't going to suddenly kiss her again. And I wanted to make sure her feelings came first. Elle looked distraught and her eyes started all over, as if she was searching for an answer. Not too promising, huh?
ありがとうございます。その気持ちはとても嬉しい。ですが、すいません。答えられません。
I see. I expected as much, but it was still depressing to hear all over again.
私のことにこんなに協力していただいてるのに申し訳ない。こちらの身勝手ばかり。オーロの迷惑になるようでしたら、恋人のふりというのも、もう、シルビー様には。
No, that part's fine. It's not a bother. I consider it a perk, honestly. I would still like to eat dinner together, too. Though I came across as unmanly, it was the least I could do in order to make the situation more convenient for me. I've been shut down completely. A clean break here and now probably would have been the cooler approach. But if it would only inconvenience her, as long as I had that excuse, I wanted to indulge in this complacency for just a short while longer.
そう、よかった。
Luckily, Elle was delighted by it. our own sense of complacency meshed well. There was no reason to deliberately end this arrangement. Yes. If it was only in terms of complacency, we matched up well.
私も、オーロとはもっと一緒にいたいと思います。
は？
オーロと一緒する時間はとても楽しい。あなたのところへ行くのは毎日楽しみですので。このまま続けられたらと思っています。
Oh? Where did this mood come from? I honestly would have been fine with Elle using me to help with her fencing if it were necessary. But maybe I wasn't just being used?
恋人のふりというのは来週日曜までとして、その後もできればこんな機会を。
Hang on a second.
はい。
Elle, how do you feel about me? I casually asked her. I was able to ask her point blank now that I'd been turned down once already. Strange how that worked, huh? You like me, don't you?
はい。
How much? I took a step forward towards her on reflex. I obviously knew she liked me as a friend, but based on what she just said, maybe there was more. Couldn't deny how hopeful I felt at that very moment. How much do you like me? Just like what happened it happened yesterday, there was very little distance between us, and Elle's face was flushing bright red. Even so, she stood her ground. Come to think of it, she didn't budge yesterday either. This much, I leaned my face towards her, giving her enough space to pull away if she wanted to. But I was careful to make that fact very clear to her. Elle pressed her lips against mine. It was the same alluring sensation as yesterday. I would have loved it if we could have stayed like this. But it wasn't important right now. Instead, I pulled away. Does that mean nothing would happen with us then?
はい。
Elle had accepted the kiss itself, but did not hesitate to nod her head in affirmation. She liked me enough to give me her lips, but not enough to allow us to be as close as lovers. It was a sensibility that did not make any sense to me.
オーロには言っていなかったと思います。私は生涯、恋愛というものができません。私は、イスタ家の息女として生まれました。恋愛というものは必要ではないのです。
So that's what this was all about. It all fit together in a sense, but it wasn't a reason a modern Japanese person like myself could accept. So it's because of your family.
ありていに言えば、私の身はイスタ家のものです。それは将来にわたって。詳しくは申せませんが、私にはすでに幼い頃、そうするべき将来設計ができているのです。どこで誰と婚約するかまで含めて。
This was exactly the kind of fucking development I was dreading, and I was expecting it in Sylvie's route instead. This honestly was like something out of medieval times. I understood what was going on now. Elle was engaged. That in and of itself was a shock to the system. But it was like Elle to prioritize her duties above herself. I see.
すいません。オーロの気持ちは本当に嬉しかった。ありがとう。でも、ここだけは譲れません。私はイスタ家のため、ひいてはシルビー様のためにこの身を、これは私が私たる理由なのです。
Got it. Couldn't say anything after all that she had told me. Hell, as if this very moment she probably liked me. But I was sure that that didn't mean a relationship with me would be allowed as part of her life as a knight. So then I couldn't interfere. She wasn't the only one who could decide what colors her life would take on. After several apologies from Elle afterwards, we said our goodbyes. I got turned down, huh? It was another beautiful sunset when I looked up into the sky. It was golden.
Heroina-Route.
I mean, yes, adorable, but I'm fucking depressed right now, man.
大変寝坊しちゃった。エル、時間大丈夫かしら。 エル？
はい、すいません。何でしょう。
なーに？ぼーっとして。また寝不足？
申し訳ありません。
最近ずっとね。で、たっぷり寝て寝坊した私が、寝不足でもちゃんと起きてるエルに言えたことじゃないんだけど、寝坊したのをごまかすのにちょうどいいわ。たるんでいるわよ、エロいな。
申し訳ありません。
最近ずっとね、なんだったかしら、日本の習俗を探るために日本のゲームをしているのだと？
はい。
どんなゲームなの？そろそろ名前くらい教えてちょうだい。
すいません。教えられません。トップシークレットです。いろいろな意味で。それに、昨日は、それが理由ではなく。
おはよ
う。おはようございます。
Morning.
おはようございます、オーロ。
That was the same as she always was. Calm, courteous, and hypervigilant to the world around her and Sylvie. Elle really did have mature air about her. Maybe she had lived in a different world for me from the very start. Man, she's too young to be engaged. Lunch break. I needed somewhere I could be alone. Man. I was totally her usual self in class. And she didn't seem at all fazed after what happened yesterday. That was so frustrating! It was like she'd left me in the dust. We spent the same time together, but I was steadily making progress down the path she needed to lead. I was stuck in place watching her from afar. It felt like she was leaving me further and further behind.
Oro.
Yes! I started when Elle called my name out of nowhere.
すいません。休んでいるところを。今晩の夕飯について言わなくてはいけないことが。
Yes. This was about dinner. Wouldn't shock me if she put it on hold given what had just happened the day before. Or so I thought.
実は昨日のお蕎麦で火がついて、今日もお蕎麦にしてしまったのです。私はいいのですが、オーロはどうです？ 2 日連続でお蕎麦。
Huh? Yeah, that's fine.
よかった。麺は信州のとても伝統あるお店のものです。期待してください。
She up and left in a hurry once we'd laid out tonight's dinner plans. Depression. Guess we weren't putting anything on hold after all. I was kinda happy yet somewhat mortified that she seriously wasn't bothered by what had just happened yesterday. My whole mood could be summed up as
カバレロさん、どうかしましたか？
いえ。緊張してしまう。我ながら未熟です。
Fuck, my webcam was off. Whoops. The day wore on and Elle was acting like her usual self.
帰りましょうか。
Sure. So I tried to do the same. The weekend was a little weird, but that's all there was to it. It was just how Elle and I were.
今日は本物の賭けにしようと思います。オーロは昨日は森でしたが、冷たい方がお好みですか？
Nah, normal's fine. It's cold out today, so I think port would be better.
はい。
Elle tended to the cooking from start to finish. This straight-laced high-class female knight from that ginormous estate was making dinner for me. Should be by all rights sheer luxury on its own. Couldn't ask for anything more.
お帰りなさいませ。
ただいま。
金色ラブリッチェ。
Fucking depression. Our relationship didn't worsen in any particular way. went back to mutually ideal and emotional distance from each other. To what was supposed to be a mutually ideal distance anyway. But
すいません。
いえ、こちらこそ。私としたことが武器を落とすなんて。誰か当たった人はいませんでしたか？
大丈夫です。
カバレロ様が剣を落とすなんて。
私、すごいかも。こんなに強くなってたんだ。
ええ、見事な踏み込みでした。驚かされました。や
ったー先生、今のって。ええ、あの子が強くなったというより。ふむ、まあ油断くらいするわよね。
Elle?
なんです？
You've been spacing out since earlier.
ああ、はい。すいません。
I feel the need to mention that since the fucking engagement bullshit was brought up, my enjoyment of this has gone down the drain, because I hate storylines like that. I loved Ritsuko's character in Princess of Angel back when I first viewed it many years ago when Lost Pause played it on stream. Fucking adored it, adored her character, but even back then I despised her route. Something happened. I asked her casually, but Alice shook her head with a strained grin, as if to tell me it was nothing. That being the case, I didn't pry any further. I didn't pay Elle's odd behavior much mind on that day, but... the day after. And the day after that, Elle looked visibly upset for some reason. I was of course worried about her now that it had gotten to this point.
カバレロ様。
すいません。
またカバレロ様、本格的におかしいですわ。どこか怪我してるとかじゃないのよね。
ええ、本人が言うには。
困ったわね。試合はもうあさってなのに。
そりゃありゃあああ、くそ。どっちも全力かよ。もう、オーロ。あの二人どうにかしてよ。
Oh, sorry, it looked like it'd be a pain in the butt, so I was just ignoring them.
見て、オーロ。私たち、こんなに走ってるのよ。お姫様、意外と足が速いです。どうして走ってるかわかる？わからないかしらね。ヒントは、今は12月。さあ、シンキングタイムスタート！ヒントは12月の古い呼び方よ。日本人なら知っておきたいことね。
I know the old word for December was Shivasu, which was made up of the kanji for teacher and running. That wouldn't hold up as an explanation unless you were one yourself, but your joke wouldn't make sense for any other reason.
だからさ、シルビー。12月の昔の呼び名が師走だとか、師匠が走るくらい忙しいからだとか。これ、豆知識の中じゃかなりメジャーなやつだから。
There's a reason that it would instantly click with any Japanese person.
自慢したかったのに、知らなかったって言えない。ね、オーロは今日もエルチンを待ってるん？
Yeah.
フェンシング部さん、頑張ってますよね。今の時期は部活動あまりやらないのに。
That's because of the upcoming competition. winter break started next week, so the athletics club generally reined back on activities during the season. This girl was actually in the track club, but she had seemed bored lately.
練習しないと筋肉がうずいちゃいます。もっとバーニングしたいのに。私が一緒に走ってあげるわよ。というわけで裏門まで競争。よーいどん。わあ、ずるい。
There they went.
捕まえてごらーん。うおー。陸上部として負けるかー。
Those two ran around like they owned the place, but it was probably fine since the field was empty. There were no outdoor club activities today. Hardly any voices could be heard in the halls of Noble Academy, as it was largely just a fencing club occupying the martial arts dojo. Even the fencing club would be winding down on end-of-year practice sessions once the championship match was over on Sunday. It just occurred to me, but the competition was the day after tomorrow. Only a little longer until my relationship with Elle ended. Elle and I would rarely see each other now that Noble Academy was on winter break, and club meetings were on hold until classes resumed. I doubt she would complain if I went to her estate to visit, if it really came down to it, but...
Oro.
Ah, what's up? Lingering Reina got up in my face out of nowhere.
呼んでる。
Huh? I wasn't exactly being called over, but a familiar face was looking my way. She looked like she wanted to talk, but was too apprehensive to speak up. Had something happened? Something the matter?
ちょっとね。
This was the club advisor. She helped me out a few times when I was hanging around the fencing club. She seemed to have some business with me. I was in a slump.
このところ妙にね。今週に入ってからだけど、何か知らない？君彼氏だったよね。
Since the start of the week, so some difference from last week. I had one hell of an idea what that was. Oh man. What about the match? Don't tell me she can't compete.
まさか。もう登録は終わってるし、替えが務まるようなレベルの子もいないよ。でも今の調子だと、日曜の試合で微妙な成績出しちゃうかもしれなくてね。
Right. But isn't that just how matches go?
そうなんだけど。小宮さんっていう週刊誌の人がね、試合を見に来るみたいで。
Komiya. That older journalist from a while back? Was apparently still following Elle.
カバリロさんはうちのエースだからさ。あの子がスランプだと、ねえ。
Every club member will be seen as lackluster. Impressions from the outcome of a single competition would surely fall by the wayside in no time. But if they were to be published in a magazine, it would stick around semi-permanently in print.
まあ、君に言っても仕方ないかもだけどさ。何か彼氏視点から気づくことがあったら、ね。
Sure. Putting this on me put me in a tough spot. But I was sure her advisor wanted something to cling to, and she ultimately relayed her concerns to me. Man, this started this week. Could only be one thing then.
スランプですか？そうかもしれません。最近どうも体に動かすことに濁りを感じます。
Sounded like she was aware of it. As far as that goes, does any reason come to mind?
そうですね。あえて言えば。
Elle put a hand to her chin and pondered. Bam. What's the matter?
いえいえ、なんでもないです。何も考えていません。
This didn't make full sense to me, but you do have some idea, don't you?
まあ、はい。
Maybe it really was all because of me. Think about it. Doesn't this all start this week?
まあ、オーロのせいといえば、あんなこと調べるようになったのは、オーロのせ
So
い
it
で
is
す
my
が。
fault. Damn it, what had I done? I'd kept up this facade for weeks for Elle's sake, and here I was standing in her way when she was so close to the finish line. Sorry, Elle, this is all because of me.
いえ、集中力を欠いたのはオーロのせいでは。私が勝手に、騎士と聞くと、
She was mumbling about something, but couldn't make it out. I could only imagine this was my fault. What should I do to get her to concentrate on her competition? The weird position, all because I wanted to be a real lover, had thrown off her game. That was true, there was only one answer. Well, we put an end to this whole lovers thing. We only got a couple days left. I doubt it, and I doubt any of those creepy photographers will show up anyway. A reporter from our weekly magazine would be there, but that was irrelevant considering he had already made arrangements regardless of whether we were dating. I'm pretty sure there's no point in us staying lovers anymore.
そうですね。
So let's go back to the way it used to be. Okay? She should be able to devote herself to fencing without any reservations now. If I could take back that idiotic confession I made to her a week ago, then this would never have happened and she could go back to normal.
では、夕飯を作るのも今日限りということで。
Yeah. That was unfortunate, but unavoidable. Without any especially dramatic goodbye, our time as pretend lovers was now over. This was all based on Sylvie's orders, so we couldn't exactly go with an overblown breakup anyway. Later that night, after enjoying my last meal with Elle...
では私はこれで。
Yeah. See you next week at school.
はい。今日までご協力いただき、ありがとうございました。市松殿。
Sure, Elle. Oh, there was actually 2 cups. Oh well. Must be blind. She made her way out. It was just for the best, right? I almost got in her way, but we worked together until the very end, and I supported her every step of the way. All there was left was to pray that everything went smoothly for her on Sunday. I'd done the right thing. How much I believed. Next day he's gonna get fucking assaulted by the knights. What the fuck did you do to Elle? She came back home crying. What? What the fuck?
ゲロ、たるんでますわよ。
Actually, I was thinking it might be nice to be a lazy bum today.
もうこれだから。最近はエロイナに影響されてか、少しはキビキビした態度が板についてきたところですのに。そういえば、本日はどうする予定ですの？エロイナは試合直前の練習でしょうが。
Like I said, I just wanted to lounge around all day.
応援には行きませんの？
I'd better not. I'd already broken things off with her. We had gone back to being ordinary classmates. Wouldn't going to watch her practice be overkill for a classmate? I wouldn't go to watch her like that. I had absolutely no intention of going to watch. And I only came here because I was on a walk. It wasn't the end of the term. There were fewer sports clubs in session than last week. And the few voices I could hear on campus belonged to the martial arts club, which meant that this really was just part of my walk. I went to check out the martial arts wing to see what the fencing club was up to.
次、お願いします。
I could see Elle in the middle of practice, but...
大丈夫、カバレロ様。
いいえ、はい、すいません。
Huh. Not the outcome I expected. I wasn't the same slump as before, and she wasn't nearly as agile as before. But then again, it had only been a day. Maybe instant improvement was too much to ask for. So that thought crossed my mind.
市松くん、ちょうどよかった。
Yes? The advisor spotted me and brought me somewhere Elle wouldn't see.
彼女どうしちゃったの？スランプがさらに深刻になってるみたいよ。
Huh? Why?
こっちが聞きたいよ。昨日までは何本かに1本、妙に動きが硬い時がある程度だったけど、
今日はほぼ毎回だね。
Uh,
昨日、何か言った？
yeah.
気負わせちゃったかな。私の責任だな。
The teacher scratched her head, seemingly flustered as she made her way back. What? This really was my fault! This gave it some serious thought. Elle was in a slump because I wanted to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Strictly speaking, she had lost her concentration because I genuinely wanted to be her lover. Of course, cancelling the whole arrangement without warning was going to confuse her even more. What the heck was I doing? Everything I did was backfiring. Oh, what's the root cause? Was it that I fell in love with her? No, before that. Was it because I had pretended to be lovers with her at all? I thought it was in Elle's best interests, and Sylvie asked me. Yeah? No, I'd had the wrong idea. The incident where she acted rashly last week aside, it was something fundamental. My mistake was... The fencing club got out of practice early in preparation for the competition tomorrow. Elle stuck around for a while longer. She must have been worried about her poor performance. Regardless, she wrapped everything up around dinner time. Good work.
オロ。市松殿。
Elle approached me with a beaming smile without paying her slump or otherwise any mind. Should I call her Elle? That's complicated. Looks like you can't shake that
お
slump.
恥ずかしながら、体に不調があるわけではないので、問題は集中力だと思います。明日、せめて試合の時だけは集中できると良いのですが。
I see. Elle said that with a complex expression. Thanks to that look she made, I thought I had figured out the reason behind her slump. Elle couldn't concentrate, and that much appeared to be obvious. Hey, Elle.
はい。
After what happened yesterday, I probably should have gone back to calling her Elle, and she eyed me curiously when I dropped the honorific. She didn't look displeased, however. At this point in our relationship, she was totally just Elle to me. How did you feel when we first started to date? We became lovers because Sylvie ordered us to, right? How did that make you feel?
申し訳ないと、お手間をおかけして、同時にオーロ。市松殿がシルビー様のため、私のため、人のために尽くすことに迷いがなくてすごいなとも。
I doubted this was a lie. Then how about when I told you I loved you?
嬉しかったです。答えられなくて残念だと。
She mumbled that distressed reply. The gist of my question just now had been kind of awful, and I may have jumped the gun a little bit. However, I was willing to bet that it had been a lie. It wasn't in Elle's nature to lie, as long as she didn't personally consider it a lie anyway. Well then, tomorrow's the final fencing match. How do you feel now?
残念ではありますけど、仕方のないことです。明日は後悔を残さぬよう、精一杯頑張りたいです。
Is that right? This was probably not a lie either. Elle herself didn't think so anyway. Body language, however, was most definitely denying it. Part of you doesn't want to keep doing it. Doesn't part of you hate the idea of tomorrow being the last time? Don't you want to keep doing it even after that? Elle, don't you love fencing? Don't you want to keep practicing it? But that's largely where your slump is coming.
思っていません。
She snapped back decisively.
フェンシングが楽しかったのは事実です。しかし私には、それ以上に努めるべき職務がある。明日以降、続けるつもりはありません。
She shut me up in a hurry. Elle noticed that her tone had been a bit strong and cleared her throat.
今日は帰らせてもらいます。今日までご協力いただき、ありがとうございました。あなたには本当に感謝しています。明日は、応援に来てくれとは言いませんが、せめて心の中だけでも応援していただけると嬉しいです。では。
She reverted to her usual candid self and went on her way. That was no way a match for her intensity. I couldn't chase after her. I was sure that probably wasn't a lie either. Namely the part about her having no intention of continuing. Elle genuinely believed that she had chosen what was necessary for herself, and that complying with it was to be her lifestyle. For all those reasons, I doubted it had ever crossed her mind. The thought I want to continue. Oh man, what was I supposed to say if it wasn't if it was Elle's value system? I didn't have the nerve to chase after Elle, so I resumed my walk from earlier that afternoon. I had to find somewhere I could be alone. Alone? No, it's more like... I sought out someone I could rely
あれ
on.
休みだから来ないと思った。
Hey!
つかすげえ久しぶりだな。1週間、2週間くらい
Around that, yeah. It wasn't Ria, as usual, Ria was smoking one of her cigarettes. She was the only one I ever went to when I was hurt. She wouldn't say anything uncalled for, after all.
なんだよこっちじっと見て。
No reason. Not that I had any intention of whining and being dependent on her, obviously.
じゃあジロジロ見んな。
Okay. Man, I wish she'd be a little kinder. You're my childhood friends, so be nicer.
あ、そうだ。エロいなって女どうだった？
Huh? Ria was the one who brought up the subject with Elle. How'd they go? Well, not too great, or maybe more like I'm supporting her way of life.
はぁ？何の話か知らないけど、そうじゃなくて、昔日本に来てたのかって話。
That. Suppose. Oh, yeah, that had come up quite a while back. I hadn't told Ria yet. About the incident where Ista had been in Japan in those days. Elle swears she never came. That had been one of those loose ends, huh? Well, I was sure it was one of Elle's relatives.
そっか。じゃ決まりだな。
Huh?
イスタって言ってたやつ。誰だったか思い出したわ。
It's Sylvia! Huh? Seriously? Impressive. You had one hell of a memory if you could recall something from our pre-elementary school days.
ああ。まあ、もともとシスあって聞いた時から、なんか違和感はあったし。
Huh?
思い出したよ。誰だかってわけじゃないけど、誰がイスタって名字を名乗ってたか。シルビーだ。
What?
外人な上名前長ったらしいから曖昧だけど、逆にこうなるとはっきり思い出せるわ。あいつあの頃は、シルビア・ルークルス・クラウン・イスタって名乗ってた。
Huh? Ista? I thought Sylvia's name was Siswa. Sylvia Le Cruscran Sortilege Siswa. And Siswa was the name of the Sortilege royal family. But it was different before? That man. That had to man. Oh.
はぁ？
That's only if my memory is correct, though. In a turn, I could probably call lucky someone who knew her circumstances was close at hand. That night, I promptly looked into the intel from earlier, but in the past, Sylvia used the Ista family name when she introduced herself. Wouldn't that have to mean... Loathing in Mina's face was blatant.
はぁ。ちょいとお待ちなさいゲロ。私の口から言ってよいものか、測りかねる問題ですわ。
Just hold on a second, I don't know if I'm allowed to, talk about this. You just casually brought up state secrets. So it really was serious. Mina shook her head.
お姉様に聞いてみます。できればあなたが直々にお姉様から聞いて欲しかったですわね。私じゃ口にしにくいのですから。
Sorry. She called Sylvia on her cell phone.
もしもし、ミナ？どうかした？あ、もしもしお姉様？ですね、今このゲローが厄介なことに気づきまして。はい、件です。それでですね、はい。はい？だから、言ってもいいわよ。オールはもう他人じゃないわ。にしても、当時の名字まで覚えてるなんて、一にはかなわないって、オールに言っておいて。そう、私はお風呂に入らなくちゃ。ねえ、聞いてみな。今日は箱根の温泉の素がね。
箱根? Take care not to run into Yamato! That'll only end badly, especially if he's one wheel. You know, actually, Yamato isn't the problem, Momoyo is. Beep. How'd it go?
えらいあっさりと許可が下りましたわ。
Yeah, that sounds like Sylvie. Oh, I could hear Sylvie's carefree voice through the receiver, but it sounded like it went just how I'd hoped it would.
言っておきますが、深刻な話でしてよ。あなたは聞いたらショックとか、そういうの受けなさいな。お姉様みたくさらっと流すタイプの話ではなくてよ。
Got it. What's a preface with that?
ですね。どこから話しましょうか。まあ、確信から言いましょう。すでにそちらも想像できていますわよね。シルビアお姉様は、シスア家にとっては、
An adopted daughter.
ですわ。髪の色には気づいておりまして。私とお姉様は、色が違うことに。
Mm-hmm. Glad you mentioned it. Golden and silver was a trivial difference, but genetically speaking, light pigmentation like that should be recessive. Save for special instances where a gene skipped a generation, the idea they were blood-related was highly suspect, and if Sylvie's golden hair had come from the Ista family's gene pool, then Elle, who had the same blonde hair, would be... Are Sylvie and Elle blood-related sisters?
血縁はありますわ。お姉様はあくまでシスア家のシルビア。私のお姉様ですけど。
What a shocker. If I really gave it some thought, their sun-colored hair, the impression from their facial features, and the exceptional figures, they were the spitting images of each other when you put it all together. But it was a surprise. Elle and Sylvie were blood-related sisters. Wait, but they're in the same school year?
エロイナは1学年落としておりますわ。日本へ来るため、日本語の勉強を1年特貫で行って。
Ah, I see. So my guess that Sylvia was adopted into the Sisua household was right. That was my guess. I feel like I guessed that at one point, but I'm not so sure. I guess I had heard that in the fencing
身
club.
内の恥をあまり晒したくはないですけど、そもそもソルティレージュは、対外的には何ら問題ない理想の王政国家を気取ってはいますが、内情はやはり人が作るもの。相応にドロドロしております。
I'm sure there are politics to some extent. Between corruption, special interests, mutual backstabbing, politicians in Japan could be a sordid bunch too. Whoever foreign country spoke of us like we were some ideal nation.
中でも特に問題なのが、我が王家シスア家と長年最小の立場を牛耳るイスタ家の関係。我がシスア家は楽団派と呼ばれ、国の安定のための調和を担います。
To this end, members of the Sisua family are highly knowledgeable of piano, ballet, and music-related matters in general.
そして国の安定のための強権を担うのがイスタ家。俗に言う、騎士院派ですわ。
Elle and those black-suited guards mentioned ahead that they were part of the Imperial Knight
元
faction.
来、国はこの両派。ひいては、シスア・イスタ両家が手を取り合って、安定発展させていくのを理想と掲げています。現に国の経済や政情は、世界にも類を見ないほど安定しておりますわ。が、
Even if two forces should hypothetically join hands, it's human nature to have no idea what's going on in their innermost thoughts.
いつ頃からギスギスし始めたかは不明ですが、おばあ様の代には、すでにギスってたそうですわ。原因がどちらにあるかも、今となっては不明ですわね。王権をシスア家にばかり継承するシスア家にあるのか、最小として王権に立てつくイスタ家にあるのか。言ってて恥ずかしくなってきましたわ。言うべきじゃなかったかしら。
The same thing happened between Ieyasu of the Tokugawas and Yoshimune here in Japan. So I think the same thing happens everywhere.
まあ、ともあれ、国は二大トップにあたるシスア家とイスタ家が仲良くとは言えないながら舵を取り続け、けれど、十数年前転機が訪れますわ。 両家に雪解けの兆しが見られましたの。
So they decide to reconcile.
シスア家の息女、第二王女が、イスタ家に養女に出されましたの。様々な要因と高度な政治的駆け引きあってのことですけど、これは紛れもなく友好の合図。第二王女が架け橋となり、シスア家とイスタ家は急速に緊張を緩和させていきましたわ。しかしこれだけでは、あくまで緊張の緩和。友好の足がかりには、両者が平等でなければなりません。
Equals if a daughter of the Sisu family was offered to the Istas.
イスタ家の息女をシスア家に預ける。これで対等ですわ。
So that's what Sylvia's.
この状況、日本人のあなたなら何と例えますこと？
If I were picky with my words, maybe a
し
hostage.
っくりくる表現ですわね。
Sylvia's a hostage.
しっくりはくるものの、正しいとは言いかねます。私はシルビーお姉様を姉として愛していますわ。そして、お姉様も私や私の兄弟姉妹、つまりシスア家の人間を家族として愛しているはず。幸せなはずですわ。私のお姉様になって。
Just saying. She looks like she's having fun.
ですわよね。
Mina was probably feeling a little insecure, but she seemed pleased by my response. This obviously came as a surprise, but I did ultimately think it was pretty pointless for me to have learned. I dare say this only added more secrets I couldn't publicly reveal. I clearly couldn't tell this to anyone else. That Sylvie was ordinarily all smile. The Sylvie that was ordinarily all smile was actually a hostage. I didn't think it was outrageous. I really did, but Sylvie didn't admit even the slightest sort of unhappiness. Ugh. You could likely safely perceive this as her not feeling uncomfortable with the hostage lifestyle, just as Mina suggested. As we heard in the call earlier, she seemed to have taken it extremely lightheartedly. It should be safe to assume she was happy right now. Which was the thing that bothered me more in this whole situation. It wasn't so much Sylvie as... As long as we're on touchy subjects, I do have another question to
何
ask.
ですの？
The Ista and Siswa families are on bad terms. Mina, do you feel ashamed when you're at that villa? I was, of course, referring to the Sortilege villa we had visited before, and had been under the Ista family's jurisdiction. Elle, a female knight, had a room in the main building, and Mina had a room in the guest hall. That had always bugged me. I could tell from the Black Suit's behavior that they overwhelmingly supported Sylvie, but they were somewhat distant towards Mina. They were treating her like a guest, though.
私は大丈夫ですけど、私以外の全員は肩身狭いやもしれませんわね。ここへ移ってあげたのも、半分は騎士員派の方々への思いやりですわ。
There at least didn't appear to be any problems on Mina's end. That eliminated 2 concerns of mine. Only 3 things concerned me in this matter. So I had the black-suited knights who felt ashamed, but that didn't matter. I couldn't be great enough of a person to worry about people I hardly knew. As long as the people I knew were happy, that was enough for me. Sylvie, Mina, and I wonder how Elle feels about it.
複雑ですわね。もともと養子に出されるのは、年齢的にお姉様とエロいな、どちらでもよかったはず。選ばれた基準は、音感とか、楽譜が読めるかとか、そんなほんのちょっとしたものです。楽団派に属するのですから、音楽の才能の良し悪し。エロイナよりシルビーお姉様の方が、ほんの少しだけ音楽に秀でていただけ。
Having a whole life drastically altered for that reason is what makes royalty such a terrifying world to be a part of.
否定はしませんわ。まあでも、どんな人間も大なり小なり環境に振り回されて生きるものでしょ。 普通と違うは、イコール、不幸ではありませんわ。
You're strong. Yes, in this thought process, royalty absolutely had to be different from ordinary people.
とにかく、こうしてシルビアお姉様は、新しくソルティレージュ王女として生きることになり。
Wonder how it was for Elle. How do you think she felt when she had to view her little sister as her master? Wonder, where does her sense of loyalty towards Sylvie right now come from?
エロイナのことは知りませんわ。私は最近まで会ったこともありませんもの。でも、そうですわね。イスタ家は騎士の家系とはいえ、本来騎士の称号は、極めて神聖かつ多大な責任を伴うものです。通常ならば、いかにイスタ家のものとはいえ、20代も後半にならねば受けられないほどの。
How was it? This was what had been bothering me. Sylvie's black-suited guards. Tonight, she had plenty, but Elle was the only one who had come in onto campus as a student. Among the knights, Elle alone was extraordinarily
それを
young.
彼女は14の時、シスア王家へ直訴して、騎士の称号を習得しましたわ。そのままお姉様直属並大抵の努力と根回しではなかったでしょうね。
After that, Elle joined Sylvie abroad. I say, understood the reasons that had been so ambiguous to me until now for Elle's royal loyalty.
なんで今の話で落ち込んでるんですの？
Oh yeah, kind of. I just feel kind of broken-hearted. Of course it was disappointing, but I doubted there was any room for me between Elle and Sylvie, to say nothing between the knight, Elle, and the royal family. If Elle's engagement was for the benefit of the royal family, I would have no choice but to give up.
なぜ失恋？
Huh? Because of Elle's engagement.
ヘロイナ、婚約したんですの？
Huh?
はい？
Oh, our stories weren't lining up. Maybe that was it. Nothing Mina had just told me had anything to do with Elle's engagement. Wait a second.
ヘロイナに縁談の話があれば、私も聞かされるはずですわよ。イスタ家はシスア家とは親戚関係に近いんですもの。
Really? But she said her marriage prospects were already settled or something like that.
そんなはずはありませんわ。
He replied point blank. Huh? Huh? But Elle said that before that she was engaged.
言いまして？
Had she?
詳しくは申せませんが、私にはすでに幼い頃、そうするどこで、誰と婚約するかまで含めて。
So she said in the impressively roundabout way, but she hadn't said she was engaged. Huh? What?
オーロに？
ええ、聞きたいと言うから。さすがイチね。当時の私のこと、名字まで覚えてたなんて。
シルビー様、その件は部外費です。公然とはいえ、民間人に明かすことは許されません。
そうだったかしら。
もう失礼します。
どったエルチン。おやおや、なんだよ、嵐かよ。
Like she's just like is basically about to kick in his door. He suddenly opens the door, grabs her by the arm. Come here, and pulls her in. Like all the girls are just like, what the fuck? I'm scared now.
面白くなりそう。
シルビー様の出生のことを聞いたのですか？
Yes. Elle turned up out of nowhere and interrogated me. Mina had just left.
オーロ、王室の問題は難しいのです。下手に首を突っ込めば厄介なことになることは
I wasn't
すでに
expecting
知
her
ってい
to
るは
drop
ず
a
です。
bombshell like that on me either. Sylvie used a different name a long time ago. Anyone who had heard that would definitely be curious why. It was only natural to want to ask, and I never thought a royal family secret would come out of it so readily.
隠し事というわけではありませんが、シスア家、イスタ家にとっては非常にデリケートなことです。口外はせぬようお願いします。
Okay.
あなたは本当に シルビー様にとって絶え間なく騒動を持ち込む種ですね。
I guess I can't deny that. The cause lay with the bombshells all around me rather than me personally, to be accurate. But everything kind of fits now. Like the reason you treasure Sylvie so much, for instance. Sylvie was her blood-related little sister, after all. Their positions may have been altered, but that was an inseparable bond.
そういう言い方はやめてください。私は血縁がどうのでシルビー様に仕えているわけではない。騎士として、従者として、シルビア様に無償の忠誠を誓っているだけです。
Really?
本当に。
I see. During my description just now was route to Elle, one who served as a knight every single day. But you know, Elle,
はい。
allegiance and self-sacrifice are different. This conversation had cleared away every question I had about Elle. Why she had pledged so much loyalty to Sylvie. Was there an and at the end? No. Why she had stubbornly rejected fencing, which she wanted to continue badly enough it would put her into a slump. And why her engagement was precedented, even though she didn't actually have a fiancé. Don't you have your own life?
シルビア様に従事することが私の人生です。
I know you're devoted, but why quit fencing over it? Why try to pick your marriage partner solely for the sake of friendship between Sisua and Ista? Elle faced away as I poked holes into her logic. I should have known. She really had gotten the wrong idea. I really had gotten the wrong idea about her. If I actually thought it through, there was no way Elle had a fiancé. If someone as straightly as Elle was engaged, she never would have been pretend lovers with another man like myself. Wasn't this past month I'd spent proof she wasn't engaged?
それが私の人生なのです。私の人生を私が決めて何か問題が？
Well, yeah, there is. I love you, Elsa. I don't want to give up on you for some imaginary fiancé.
あら。
Well, even writing this off as my own whim, Sylvia's bothered by it too. She can't believe you're throwing fencing away for her sake, especially when you love it as much as you do.
しかしこれは私の忠誠の証として。
It's a symbol of allegiance she doesn't fucking want! Shouldn't chuck my fan around. I hope it isn't broken or anything. Oh fuck, I shouldn't lean forward like that. Pain. Props to people who know that reference. What you're doing isn't allegiance, it's dependence.
依存？私がシルビーに依存していると？
Elle was shaken. She clearly didn't want it pointed out, but she likely had a vague idea of that fact herself. I felt bad phrasing it as dependence, but had zero intention of fully denying it either. Everyone gets involved in some organization or another at some point in their life, and it's extremely rare to not become dependent on it. Be it a knight, a warrior, or what you made for the perfect example. It was their honor to be dependent and serve their country and royal family. But Sylvie didn't want that all. So that needed to be conveyed to her in no uncertain terms. Sylvie doesn't want you to be dependent on her, she wants you to lead your own life. Would it hurt anything if you didn't quit fencing? You are free to live for Sylvia's sake, but if you love fencing, let's search for some path where the two can at least coexist. That's what Sylvie wants. Sylvie wanted Elle to continue fencing, so that much was true.
そうなのですか？
That's what she said.
では。
Wait.
はい。
I assume you just thought you'd continue when you heard Sylvie wants you to?
それが何か？
You can't keep doing that. That is dependence. If you find fencing fun and want to continue it, then do it. If you don't, then quit. What we want is for you to make that decision, that choice, on your own.
くわかりません。
I get that. This seems kind of complicated to me too. I wasn't very smart and found it difficult to verbalize those feelings. But yeah. But if I repeated something she'd said... You know, doesn't your life belong to you?
はあ、はあ。
Your life, doesn't that time belong to you when you're alone? I believe everyone here is free to lead their life however they choose. Whether that means a lifestyle of dashing full throttle out of a desire to be golden, or a leisurely lifestyle that's subdued and unassuming. But the one who makes that choice should be you personally. I once made a decision that costed me my teammates, my friends, everyone. But I don't regret it. My choice was to pretend to be cool. I don't know whether I succeeded, but even now I don't regret that decision. Come think of it, I was the only one who knew about my past. She gave a tiny nod. That's how I wanted to be for you too, Elle. The one thing I want is for you to make a decision. I have no clue whether it'll lead to a future that's shining gold or subdued and unassuming, but...
あら。
Huh? Elle leaned her face in close for a surprise attack. I was so startled I couldn't respond to the gesture in time. Elle had swooped in and pressed her lips against mine as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Our first kiss in a week. This time around, her kiss felt so much softer compared to the last time when I had initiated it. What? I had a sort of conversation led to a kiss just now. Elle giggled and...
一理あると思いました。
Right.
私のすべてはシルビーの、シルビア様のためにある。これは変えられません。
Yeah, I think that's how it's meant to be.
でもだからこそ、シルビー様に依存している今の自分は律するべきだとも思いました。フェンシングについては、本当によくわかりません。楽しいと思っているのは確かですが、今楽しんでいる以上の何を目標にするか決まってない。
Right.
でももう一つは、この一週間悩んで答えが見えていたんです。
Another? What's that? She kissed me again! She kissed me like it was only natural, and my heart ached as the incredible soft sensation of her lips. Elle smiled happily.
オーロ、あなたと婚約したいです。おっしゃる通り、シルビーがシスア家に行くことになった時から、私は将来はシスア家に嫁ぐことを考えていました。そうしてまた、シルビーと姉妹に戻る。小さい頃のことなので、そんな考えもあったのかも。今になっても、婚約するならば、両家の架け橋となる。イスタ家の息女として、最も有効な道を選ぶつもりでしたが。
And then the thinking suited someone like Elle, who was both a knight and daughter of a high-class family.
でも、やめです。私はあなたと婚約したい。今答えが出ました。私、エロイナ・ディ・カバレロ・イスタは、市松オーロ。あなたを愛しています。
Oh, how funny would it be if it's suddenly like, could I have your phone real quick? Oh, sure. Ah, yes. Hello. No, I'm not Heroina. You are Heroina's father, I suppose? Ah, yes. I would like to share a bit of a request with you. How could I have your daughter's hand in marriage? Hello? What was that noise? Did something fall over? I think he passed out. We may want to call one of your other relatives and ask them to check on how he's doing. Yeah. I was blindsided by the direct profession of love, and it left me feeling flustered. Actually, as far as that goes, I honestly figured it would take things more slowly. I figured you'd get on board with the idea eventually, but I was more so focused on getting this fencing thing situated, then pursue her in earnest afterward. But
あ
hell!
なたはシルビア王女のご友人であり、またソルティレージュのどこにも遺恨を生まない。イスタ家にも悪い話ではない。何より私はもうあなたを愛している。迷う理由はありません。だから選択します。あなたが好きだと。
She was as candid as ever.
そちらこそどうなのですか？なんだか困っているようですが。あ、もしかしてもう心変わりしてしまったとか。
I would never! I will love you forever and ever! I had fully intended on pursuing her romantically in the future and was surprised he'd agreed to it so soon.
よかった。フェンシングのことは答えを待ってください。明日試合が終われば何か変わるかもしれません。今日、私が出せる答えはこれだけです。
I caught Elle as she fell into my arms. Ah! How I couldn't bear the sudden weight and lost my balance, thus falling backwards on the bed. Now that we were safely on the bed, I pulled her into a tight embrace. Then... We don't need to worry about you being in a slump anymore.
そうですね。実際に動いてみないとわかりませんが、集中力の意味ではもう大丈夫かと。
Really? Glad to hear it. That was a relief. I was relieved to hear she loved me, but the competition was far more important right now. She'd worked so hard recently, and I wanted her to do well during her match.
それとオーロ、あなたは一つ勘違いをしていますよ。
は？
私がスランプ、集中力を欠いたのは、試合が終わればもうフェンシングができないからとかではありません。まあ、それもあったかもしれませんが、それより。
Elle leaned in close. He kissed me again.
1週間前からこの感触が、ずっと頭を離れなかったせいです。
Really? So this whole thing really was my fault then. I was glad she got back on her feet, at least.
今日は夕飯はもう食べましたか？
No, not yet, actually.
なら、用意していいでしょうか？
Oh, but today's supposed to be. Elle said she wouldn't be making me dinner going forward,
用
but...
意はしてあるのです。もう習慣になってしまいましたね。練習の後、当たり前みたいにスーパーに寄っていました。あなたのために料理を作るのが楽しくて。
Elle grins shyly. I'm actually glad that this was just miscommunication. Like this is almost mildly refreshing, where instead of either the family is actually fine with it and call off the engagement, or they managed to fucking fight off the engagement bastard or something, and he turns out to be a bastard, or some random bullshit at this. Like, huh, what are you talking about? She's not engaged. What? 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 Huh? Like, that is... I don't think I've seen that before. Instead of basically beating the engagement over the head or something, it's just like, what engagement? Does not compute. Elle grinned shyly. I was so happy. She gathered together the various ingredients needed to prepare the same dish we'd shared on our first day as pretend lovers, cream stew. It had been rather chilly out lately, and I was incredibly grateful for it.
どうですか？
Delicious.
よかった。
We quietly ate together. There were no gleeful cheers of delicious! So yummy! We were sharing one of Elle's home-cooked meals, and it tasted incredible. These dinners felt like part of our new normal, so there was no reason to get antsy anymore. Thank you for dinner.
お粗末様です。
We calmly placed our hands together. Even though we'd just started dating, we were already starting to act like a middle-aged couple. Well, with that, Nothing was especially out of the ordinary. But we were no longer pretend lovers. Next would come...
そろそろ
El promptly going home was part of our usual routine. Going home? Listen.
はい
I suddenly stopped her. Frankly, it would suck to just send her home now that we were no longer pretending to be lovers. I really wanted to kiss her again. Let's see. So...
何でしょう
I want to kiss you. I mean, I couldn't tell her that! Not only would it be embarrassed, but we just finished eating dinner, and I was worried I had bad breath.
オーラ
Yeah, listen. It'd be a shame for her to go home so early over a lame reason like that. I wanted to spend a little more time with Elle, and to help make that happen... How about after shower, like we usually do? You haven't had your post-shower practice shower yet, right? Or did you take one when you went home earlier?
いえ、時間がなかったもので、ですが、シャワーですか
Yeah. Elle did two things whenever she came here. Did two things whenever she came here. Make dinner and shower. Not only was it not unnatural, it would give me a decent amount of time. Nice going, me! Aw, she's misinterpreting it.
わかりました。
Elle headed to the bathroom. Okay, then. Broke out a brand new toothbrush and cleaned my mouth like my life depended on it. I brushed enthusiastically enough that it might sand my teeth down, then swished around some mouth water. Must have been smelled too strong. Even if my mouth were clean, she'd probably think I was getting ahead of myself. I rinsed out my mouth with water. Swish, swish. Alright.
何が推しなのです
Nothing to worry about it. I came back out surprisingly quickly.
お風呂、ありがとうございました。
Sure.
ですが、オーロ、やはり考えたのですが、こういうことはですね、結婚してからでないと、いえ。
I don't really understand what she was getting at. Well, then, I'll,
はい。
not good. It was great. I had brushed my teeth and all, but the time in between made it difficult for me to suggest that we should kiss. What should I do? I had gotten the okay earlier, so I didn't want her to think I was being predatory.
シャワーと言われて、従った私も私ですが、オーロ、ガツガツしすぎです。そんな、さっきの今で、いきなりなんて。
How hilarious would it be if you, like, actually just, instead of, like, okay, how can I ask her to kiss now? Just decided that, yes, let's just brush her hair, and maybe afterwards kiss. Make it a bit more natural. So he, like, goes towards his bed, and grabs the hairdryer, turns around, and she's, like, in the middle of undressing. It's like, huh? She looks over at him. What? What are you doing? I thought you were suggesting that I dry your hair, yes. No premarital sex, then? No. No, I just wanted to dry your hair. Just puts her clothes back on. I'm going home.
そういうことは結婚してから。でも、日本の常識では違うのでしょうか。どうしよう。
What should I do? We had both gone stiff. I know. Why don't I dry your hair?
はい、そうですね。お願いします。
Then, that was part of our usual routine. I fetched the hairdryer and a towel. I had her sit on the bed with me behind her. I slowly combed through her hair with the gentle heat and air pressure.
そういえばこれ、久しぶりですね。
Sure haven't. Once we got back into our usual rhythm, the mood naturally lightened. We haven't done this for the past week after all. I should mention it. Is your hair getting a little messy?
そうでしょうか。
There was some slight roughness as I passed my fingers through. Bet you did a sloppy job drying it this past week.
かもしれません。
Went to all that effort to try taking care of it, okay?
オーロ、すっかりヘアコーディネーターですね。
Only for you, I have zero interest in figuring out the quality of anyone else's hair. I continued to smoothly tease her hair. When my fingers touched her scalp, Elle stirred a bit ticklishly. Whenever I did this, until just a short while ago, it had felt like I had done something wrong, hadn't it? But now it was fun. Touch, touch.
なんです？
Oh, it just felt like it. I gave her head a pat.
もう、子供扱いですか？
I wouldn't put it that way.
くすぐったいですよ。
Since I am tickling you, yeah.
もう。
Elle protested with a sidelong glance. Perfect distance. I kissed her. I had it now. I didn't have to go out of my way to say I wanted to. Rather, I could just lean in close when the mood was right. If the mood fit, I could kiss her any time.
この感じ。ダメ。力が。
Whoop. It was more effective than I imagined. An elf lopped feebly over backwards in place, which was fine since we were on the bed, but oh no. Oh no. Bow chicka bow bow.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Fucking adorable. And then, I liked her manager, just like the fucking as the sex scene starts, just like the Ria's, Akane's, and Reina's chivis just like panically like pushing the fucking the transition screen. It's like panicking, like, oh no, they're about to get naked. Just quickly censor. Was the last Sunday of our second term. Christmas was right around the corner. Today was the last day we could use the school facilities. Today of the fencing club tournament. Are you all alright?
体が重い。すいません。コーヒーをいただけますか？
あいあい。エルったら、今日に限って体調を崩すなんて。
Like he just immediately looks away.
申し訳ありません。昨日はいろいろあって、今日のことを失念しており。
I'm sorry. Elle was glancing at me bitterly. Well, both of us were responsible for this. Between the impact of our first sexual encounter and how engrossed we became in it, we legitimately forgot about this until just a short time ago. Just how late were we going at it last night? I remember checking the clock when we were about to take another shower around 1 a.m. So after we finished showering, Elle's freshly cleaned body looked so delectable that I licked her all over. And Elle got so hot and bothered she came twice, and we went at it for a third time. Oh! And then after that, wasn't Elle the one who licked me all over next? Then we switched to 69ing, and Elle came after some anal play. She got mad at me, and we eventually made up with our fifth round of lovemaking.
オーロ、何デレーっとしてるの？
It's nothing really. As a result, we'd gotten very little sleep. But Elle was exhausted after having sex in so many different positions last night.
スランプは抜けきってないか。困ったね。
About that. She was in poor shape for an entirely different reason. I do think she's over her slump, actually. I shouldn't have any doubts about devoting herself to fencing anymore. The future wasn't yet set in stone. But she could dedicate herself today to this very moment.
そうかい。集合！相手子が到着する頃だ。挨拶に行くよ。はい！
With warm-up exercises complete, it was time for everyone to head outside. Those of us in the audience stayed inside. The audience?
いやそんな嫌そうな顔しないでよ。今日は両校から許可を受けての取材だよ。ほら、許可証。
Yes, yes, thanks for that. That reporter from before was
あ
here.
ら、そちらの方は？
An annoyance. Ignore him. Paparazzi chasing Elle.
おう。
パパラッチ。我がイスタケ令嬢、エロイナ様を。
Around 5 black suits popped up out of nowhere.
待ってこれ、許可証
あら、記者の方なのね。エルの写真を撮るの？綺麗に撮ってあげてね。
はい、もちろん。それが仕事ですから。ちなみに、王女様のお写真なんかもいただけると、間違いなくカラーで使えるネタになるんだけど。
シルビア様の撮影はそれなりの手順を踏まぬ場合、国際問題に発展しますが、
冗談です。僕は1回のスクープより100回の無難な記事で暮らす人間です。
私なら撮ってもいいよ。ほれほれ、サービスポーズ。
おー、いいね、美少女ちゃん。嬉しいね。
彼女はフェンシング部ではないので、意味なく撮影すれば、取材許可証が失効しますよ。
お嬢ちゃん、また今度ね。
サービスし損かよ。
Blame X now. Things were semi-tense with this old man around, but I felt better knowing the black suits were handling him today. While we were messing around, a busload from what had to be the opposing school filled into the room. A line of fencing club members were greeting them in booming voices out in front of the school gates. Droves of students from the outside school made their way off the bus.
お久しぶりですわね。エロイナ・ディ・カバレロ・イスタさん。
Oh no.
はい。
本日は大変良いお天気で、絶好のお日柄ですわ。
Hi, who are you again?
あなたの経歴に土がつくにはね。
There's an insect on the screen. A girl with a funny speech pattern is picking a fight with Ella.
デスワ区長って実在するのかよ。ミナもそうじゃない？
彼女は
知っているのか、おっさん。
日本のフェンシング協会注目の天才剣士、フエン・シンクさん。あの年で次の五輪の日本代表も視野に入れてるという次世代の天才がこんなところに。
Now this had gotten interesting. This old man was gulping.
以前あなたに負けた恥をすすぐべく、最大限の研鑽を重ねてまいりましてよ。お覚悟遊ばせ、カバレロさん。
はい。
Strong rival characters popped up out of nowhere.
登場タイミング雑かよ。
彼女が来たとなると面白くなってきたぞ。彼女はそこらの選手より2段は上の存在だ。
エル、大丈夫かしら？
I couldn't say until you gave it a shot, but had you managed to back out of her slump? My worries were...
では、次の試合を始める。両者、礼をして前へ。
はい。
はい。
エイトブプレイ。
I am going to decapitate you, fencing club advisor.
始め！
I'm going to end you, I said. Strike!
有効！有効！有効！カバレロの勝利！両者、礼をして下がれ。
Completely needless! She didn't give a single chance to go on the offensive.
爆笑かよ。
フエンさんは2段上だけど、カバレロさんと他の子じゃ5段は違うからね。
すごいわ、エル。
いえ、応援していただき恐縮です。
Well, yeah, even though I'd known Elle was strong, looks like you broke free of your slump.
よくわかりません。昨日までも自覚はなかったですし、ただ、今日は昨日までより体が迷わず動かせます。
Alright. Maybe that massage yesterday worked some magic.
バカ。
Elle promptly finished her report before heading off. She'll be just like... She worked her way through the rest of the competition with ease. Whoops. Elle, busy after this?
はい、すいません。部の子たちが祝勝会をやりたいというので、顔を出しておきませんと。
That's fine. Don't say you'll just make an appearance. Go have fun.
もともとそのつもりで仕事は外してあるわ。今日は最後までフェンシング部を楽しんでらっしゃい。
はい。
Elle and I ended up parting ways following the competition, but I wound up with other business to attend to. Sylvia just like clapped her
私が人を見る目って
hands.
すごいと思わない？
Like Sylvia just like claps her hands twice. Suddenly a bunch of black suits like showed up, grabbed him by the arms, just like started rushing off. What do you mean?
エルのことをオーロに任せた私の眼力の話を。
That is still an amazing smug face. That night, I tagged along and hung out with Sylvie for a bit. Elle was off at the fencing club, so I decided to join her. Can't say everything's gone off without a hitch, and Elle still hasn't decided what she wants to do about fencing yet.
いいのよ。朝言われたわ。フェンシングという競技について一度真摯に向き合うって。もしかエルが自分の好きなことに向き合ってくれた。それが嬉しいの。
Well, she did seem to tackle him quite a lot last night.
あとはもう何も望まないわ。一度真摯に向き合った上で、それでも私を選ぶなら、それはそれで嬉しいと思うし、エルが本格的に競技に打ち込みたいと思うようなら、それもすごく嬉しいわ。
Yeah, I completely agree with her. Same Elle that had let her birth and environment dictate her life had begun to focus on what she wanted for herself. That was wonderful. Sylvie was similarly all smiles. As for the rest, I felt the same. I wasn't about to lead her in either direction. It was for Elle to decide.
それと聞いてるわよ。エルと婚約したんですって？
Yeah.
手が早いわね。
I'm sorry.
ねえねえ、興味があるのだけど、どこまでしたの？もう、キスはしたの？
I guess.
オーラのエッチ！
So that seriously did work fast. Oh, yeah, Sylvie, there's something I'd like clarification on. Nothing good could come from continuing this conversation, and I quickly changed the subject. I had something I wanted to talk to her about anyway. I'd like to ask, but I'm not entirely sure if it's okay to ask.
ああ、
Given her sharp intuition, she pieced it together instantly and grinned at me.
いいのよ。内緒にしておくことでもないわ。
The way Sylvie always handled things on her own, unique way, was a huge blessing for me. It was easy to bring up even heavy topics. I heard you're adopted.
え？
Sylvie replied indifferently. The idea never really occurred to me, even though you and Mina look nothing alike.
そうね。国では結構重要なのよ。この髪の色。シスア家は金髪、イスタ家は金髪で分かれてて、昔は両家とも結婚相手には髪の色まで考慮してたくらい。
Wow.
そんな伝統があるからこそ、金髪の私がシスア家を名乗ることそのものが、両家の雪解けの証になっているのだから、よしよしね。
It's a given that customs varied in different countries, but they say that starts even with a difference in common sense. Maybe this was what that saying meant. That reminds me, you never did call yourself a princess back when we were little.
当時、すでにシスア家に入るのは決まっていたから、お姫様ではあったのよ。でも、私の実感としては、やっぱりまだ一家家の人間だったわね。 エルのこともお姉ちゃんだと思ってたわ。
Do you feel differently now?
それはそうよ。エルはもう私の姉じゃない。従者よ。従者で、護衛で、一番のお友達。
I see. They had to eliminate their connections as sisters. That was just how royalty could be. But even when that connection cast aside, they both treasured each other all the same. I knew that was true for Elle, but it was a relief that Sylvie agreed. Well, maybe it was a good thing that you didn't call yourself a princess back then.
どうした？
If you had, it might have humbled me.
緊張しちゃって一緒に遊んでくれなかったと。
Yeah, maybe.
同じ寝袋で一緒に寝たり、お風呂に乱入してくることもなかったと。
I did all of that? It was a shame I didn't remember that.
タイミングにも感謝してるわ。もう少し早く決まったら、あの日本行きもなかったかも。私とエル、どちらがシスア家に行くかで揉めた時間がなければ。
That word caught my attention. There really was been fighting?
それはそうよ。やっぱりエルはお姉ちゃんだもの。最終的にはピアノの上手さで私の方が楽団派にはふさわしいってなったけどね。あの時揉めたのをエルは気にしてたみたい。自分に楽団派に属する才能がないから私に迷惑をかけたって。だからでしょうね。数年経って再会した時にはすっかりエルは騎士さんになってしまっていたわ。
Definitely sounds like the reason behind Elle's current temperament lay back in those days. I don't have fucking tissues down here for my glasses. Well, something nobody could prevent. No matter what happened, people's personalities and attitudes towards life were influenced and shaped by the world around them.
まあ仕方ないわよね。私が適しているというより、エルがシスア家にはなれないというのが正しいんだもの。
Huh?
おっと。
Sylvie had a forced smirk, acting like she had a slip of the tongue. Elle couldn't become a part of the Sisua family? Did that mean?
シルビア様、お時間です。
あら、もう？あら、ここまでですって。
Yeah, thanks for treating me. Sylvie rose from her seat before she let me finish my sentence. The tea set was put away.
じゃあね。あら、おやすみ。エルのこと、くれぐれもよろしくね。浮気なんてしちゃダメよ。
I know. Said goodbye to Sylvie. Yeah. A lot had happened over the last month, but in the end everything had worked out. Flirting and doing perverted things with Elle aside, all that left was to wait for her to make a decision. There was nothing to worry about. Well, there was something to worry about. I feel like she's gonna be like the actual heiress of the Ista family, as in she will become the next head. Therefore, she probably needs to be in sortilege, aka you probably need to learn the language. The end of term ceremony.
オール君、どうされました？
目にハイライトがないぞ。
レイプ目ですね、俗に言う。
Yeah. That is how people feel when their eyes look dead, huh? But a few visual novels did have that trope, but I never knew what it was called. Despair awaited me.
どうしたんです？一体。
The man made me his bitch.
誰に？
Noble Academy and society as a whole.
成績、そんなに悪かったん？
If you want to put a positive spin on it, I avoided failing. Supplementary lessons and having to repeat the year by a paper-thin margin. a homeroom teacher seriously went on a nasty rant about that paper thin difference in their comment field.
ああ、この先生の書簡のところね。
Damn it! That turned of a teacher's looking down on me just because I'm a commoner.
私庶民けど普通だよ。
俺、庶民じゃないけど、辛辣なこと書かれてる。
単純に、問題を起こしがちな生徒が嫌いなんでしょうね。
自業自得かよ。
Anyway. It's winter break! Second term was over and our long vacation had begun. That fact alone was enough for me to forget about getting my ass handed to me on my report card.
はあ、学校しばらくないのか。
The dots get very irritating after a while. There was one person who was upset by school letting out for winter vacation, though. What's up, Sylvie? This would be a great time to get crazy excited and start going, woohoo!
テンション上がらないわよ。オーロに会いにくくなっちゃう。
Ah, compared to a commoner like me, that's mad Princess Sylvie had a lot to do on her days off. By the way, what are you doing over winter break?
明日まずイギリスへ飛んで挨拶回りをするわ。クリスマスだから欧州の有名なカトリックの教会でご挨拶と写真撮影。そのまま日本へとんぼ帰りして年末の慰問回りね。合間にはマスコミさんのインタビューなんかも入るし、その後30日に帰国。ああ、そうだ。30日に帰国するんだ。もう、ジョヤの鐘が聞けないじゃない。おこたでみかん食べながらジョヤの鐘を聞きたかったのに。
That sounds rough.
冬休み休める日ってある？クリスマスの前日5時間くらい。
他は1日16時間は動くことになりますね。
Royalty was outstanding.
でも日本で年末年始したかったわ。
年末年始を何か特別に催すという感覚はソルティレージュにはありませんからね。
欧州ってそうだよね。年越しの瞬間だけハッピーニューイヤーってして、その後は普通な感じ。大晦日とお正月楽しみたかったわ。
I mean, as a kid, New Year's used to be like the shit for me because I was allowed to drink alcohol. Basically, we drink sparkling wine when the time hits exactly midnight to basically welcome in the new year. Let's just celebrate that with sparkling wine. And I really like sparkling wine. Always did. So I would just always be like... basically everyone would have like one glass. That's what you do. Like we had a bottle, we bought a bottle for us. And our grandparents bought a bottle. And basically... here's the thing, like me and my grandparents from my father's side live on the same plot of land. I say same plot of land, basically that's the same drive-in. And basically we would, once midnight hit, we would open our bottle. Each drinks one glass. Then we would go outside, watch the fireworks for a bit, then go up to our grandparents' house, our grandparents' house, and there they would also have a bottle, and we all would drink one again. And basically, while everyone would drink like one, I would basically empty out the rest of the bottle. There, it'll be okay. Between her insane busy work schedule, which was going to put her in an early grave if she wasn't careful, and her lack of free time, she looked distraught. I gave her a gentle pat on the back in an effort to cheer her up. I've got an idea, let's text each other on the New Year's Eve. Compared to Japan, so teenage was across the national date line, and we could be ringing in the new year at vastly different times. We'll text each other in our own respective countries the second it hits midnight. Sounds fun, right? It'll make it easier to see the difference from Japan.
いいわね。
For as lackluster an event as it was, it had to be better than nothing. Sylvie smiled for me, and then...
そうさ、そんなオーロに朗報よ。
Yeah?
まずはレーナも含めての朗報。クリスマスにね、うちの領事館でパーティーをやるから来られるなら来てちょうだい。顔パスいいの？
Oops. Party. Have nothing to wear though.
制服で結構ですよ。ドレスが着たいようでしたら貸し出しもしますし。
What should I do? Feel pretty out of it at a consulate party.
それでもう一つの朗報。エルは日本に残すわ。
For real? That part I was most curious about. The part I was most curious about actually did come up with good news.
と言っても、年末には国に戻るけど、随分と空いた時間があるはずよ。
シルビー様、本当によろしいので？
よろしいのでも何も、大切なことでしょ。フェンシング部の練習も。
You going to continue?
まだわかりません。ただ、昨日勝ったから、それで終わりというのはどうかと。まだ迷っている段なのですが、シルビー様がやった方がいいと決めてしまって。
Well, it's just like Sylvie to anticipate every loose end. If I really thought this through, we had talked about having Elle decide whether or not to call it quits after yesterday's competition. But she'd be getting her priorities backwards if she couldn't continue due to her job. It was a bit frustrating that she was staying behind due to her club commitments rather than to be with me. But I was happy so long as I could be with Elle. Alright! Between that and the excitement of a winter break, I pulled her into a tight embrace. Elle looked delighted too. It's time for you to take a proper vacation, isn't it, Elle?
そうですね。厳密には、これまではシルビー様がご多忙である以上、私も自分から外してきたのですが、昨べシルビー様に命じられました。恋人になったのだから、オーロのために使う時間を考えろ。ご営業のために、オーロと距離を作らぬように、と。
Sylvie did that. Sylvie, you really were the perfect wing woman.
無論、私はシルビー様の第一の従者であり、誇りがあります。護衛をおろそかにするつもりはありませんが、オーロと一緒の時間も、おろそかにはしません。
Squeeze.
ノータイムで抱きつかないでください。
We're just so lovable just now. L.
オーロ、変なところ。
Just been feeling pent up since we didn't get a chance to do it yesterday.
ダメです。ここは神聖な武道場で。
It'll be fine. Come on, let's go down to Bow Town.
チェイサー
Ah, yes, a fool. Watch it! Someone came up to stab me from behind.
そっち行ったよ。さあ、袋だ。袋にしちまえ。
Ah! That is a pretty legit beating! After I got pounded on a pretty reasonable amount.
神聖な武道場で何さかってんのよ、この陰獣。汚らわしいわ。不潔だわ。
I still had this pain in the neck to deal with. It managed to humor them in some capacity while we would pretend lovers, but I guess it was time to buddy up to the obstacles around Elle now that we were officially dating.
申し訳ない。私としたことが恥ずかしいところを。
カバレロ様はいいんです。
そうです。この陰獣にたぶらかされたに決まってるわ。
You're way off! Following that, Elle got taken away by her friends from club. The fencing club wouldn't be practicing for a while now that the competition was over, but I guess they were going to discuss future club-related plans. It would have made things awkward if I stuck around, so I left.
はあ、頭痛い。
They didn't even show up to the end of term ceremony.
寝てた。
Ah, you're not suspended anymore, right?
溶けてるけど、行くの面倒なんだよな。
Yeah, it was the same as she always was, even with her winter break on the horizon.
先輩、どうです
Hey there, you kicked the liveliness up a notch today, I say.
へへ。だって、冬休みですよ、冬休み。
You're so high-spirited.
先輩はテンション上がらないです
Well, I mean... Let's get hyped up!
イエーイ
Yay! And those who were in the highest of spirits.
うるさいわね、相変わらず。
Oh, shut the fuck up. Sorry. Hold on, what the fuck is happening? Basically, I wanted to look over to the side on Discord because apparently a bunch of people in the Nekonyan Discord server in the Kinkoi channel were fanboying over Ayaka. So basically, in just Scott's channel was like, hey, what if I went over... And Scott's server was like, hey, what if I went over there and called Ayaka a bitch? So I proceeded to go over there, and my exact phrasing... Hold on. My exact phrasing was, I don't know why people like Ayaka. I just started my first round, and so far she seems like a bitch. And seemingly no one responded to it, which is actually kind of a shame. I just saw something I did not at all want to say. Apparently someone was playing like an idol manager game, and one of the girls they got is like a fucking 90 cuteness, 78 vocal, 1 cool, 2 sexy, 10 pretty, 2 dance, 94 funny, 45 smart, trait maternal, gets along better with younger girls, hot anonymy, age 12. Mina is actually...
予定が詰まりに詰まってますわ。もうこの後すぐ出かけまして、帰りは1月です。
That's a prince for you.
神にゃんも即去りか。寂しゅうなるよ。
How about you?
お正月には実家に顔を見せる気だけど。
That's certainly a modern approach. Mina would be heading out soon. Beyond that, most of the rich girls in the dorm, including Akane, would apparently be heading back home. Guess that means the dorm's gonna be pretty empty for a while, huh?
なんですその笑い方。キモいな。キモいかよ。
Don't call me creepy. It just gave me a teensy little bit erotic it just gave me a teensy little erotic mental image, you know?
うわ、キモい。
She fled.
ねえねえ、オーロ。せっかくだし、チャケバタイムと行こうよ。
What are you talking about?
ぶっちゃけ話タイム。
And just say that without using that weird teen speak nonsense. Her slang usage came so naturally to her that I had trouble understanding her from time to time.
どうなんチャケバ。エルチンとは。
Ask all you want, but it's only the 3rd day. Although our first day as a couple was nothing but full-on sexy time, our second day was primarily focused on a fencing competition, and today we shared a brief conversation at school. There's nothing interesting enough to tell.
なんでいい。乙女の好奇心を満たす程度の冒険しとけや。
Ha! Obnoxious!
エロいことは
She doesn't ask stuff like that.
いいじゃないの。茶けば茶けば。
Didn't feel right for me to share that information, especially since I was involved, and it'd be awful if word got out. However, I couldn't deny it. I really wanted to brag about someone.
もう、触れたのかい。エルチンの豊満でみずみずしい天使な小生意気には。
I guess.
揉んだのかい。
I guess.
吸ったのかい。
I guess.
浮気も。
Why? She flip-flopped out of nowhere.
吸うのは違うかな。赤ちゃんみたいかな。なんか違うな。
Like I care about your sensibilities. If there are fine boobs in front of them, any man would rub them, suck them, and put them in their mouth.
挟まるて。
Don't make me say it.
失敬。
The conversation veered a little too far in a very pervy direction.
まあ、いろいろやってるようで大変結構だけど、逆に言って、エロしかしてない？もしかして。
She hit me where it hurts. That was for sure. Sex was, on our first day, was the most we'd associated together. We'd largely spent our pretend period until that point on calm events like dates or eating meals together, but so there was nothing more to be done.
まあ、ともあれ。
A very red-faced Mina returned and was trying to act like she didn't hear our lewd conversation.
ヘロイナは、あまり男女の機微というものに里いわけではございません。あなたがリードして差し上げること、よろしくて。
Okay. I wasn't exactly great at this stuff either, you know. Then again, that was probably a case for some male dependability.
エルチン、自由時間があると言っても、帰るまでは1週間とちょっとだよ。頑張り。
Sounds awfully short when you put it that way. I had to think this through and take some action. Take action. This was where my fun times with Elle would begin.
ん？ところで、オーロは、実家には帰らないの？
Good question. I'll have to turn up for a bit on New Year's.
実家欲薄いね。何かございまして？ご両親との仲は良好なのですわよね。
Yeah, they're extremely ordinary parents, and our household is peaceful enough that I've never even considered whether we're close or not. It's just... My parents are extremely ordinary.
あの成績表を至って普通の親に見せると、まあ説教の嵐だろうね。
What could I do? That night.
私が帰国する前に何度かフェンシング部で集まる機会を作ることにしました。公式ではないのですが、練習試合を行いたいという学園が殺到しているとかで。
Due to yesterday's competition?
次期日本代表の呼び声高いフエンさんを倒したことで、私を倒せば名を挙げられるということだそうです。
Elle really was amazing. I'm glad you didn't end up quitting while you're ahead.
そうですね。私自身もやめようとしていた時は漠然としていましたが、いざ続けると思えば次の試合が楽しみでなりません。
Elle had a strained smile. Given Mel's personality, she probably found her current position touchy. Cutting her guard duties short and dedicating more of her time to fencing, an activity she greatly enjoyed, had to be unthinkable for her. To do something she enjoyed. It had to be a questionable scenario for such a diligent knight like Elle. But from a commoner's perspective, that line of thinking was entirely normal. I should learn to enjoy life a little more. I'll have to teach you how to have fun just like we did in bed.
急になんです？
Whoops, did I say that out loud? Come on, you know, we didn't get to do it yesterday after all. I scooted closer towards her.
オーロ、この件に関しては一つ言っておくことがあります。おとといは確かに体を許しました。
All that long at that? Elle?
なんでもない。何も思い出していません。あれはあくまで特別な例だったと思ってください。場の空気に流されたというか、あの一晩だけのことというか。
Huh? You mean we're not gonna have sex again?
ありていに言えば、
What?
そこまでがっかりしなくても。
Well, but no, it's not like that's what I was angling for. But we've done it once already. Actually, can you hold out? Can you hold out? I was exhausted by the 4th round, but you kept on saying more and more.
言わなくてよい。だから、それがダメなのです。なんというか、歯止めが効かないのが。
True. This was my impression now that we had done it. I loved it. I loved it. And once we got started, we went at it like rabbits until we were exhausted. We were in the highest of spirits during... But when we considered how rough it was afterwards, maybe we should show some level of restraint. Okay, that reminds me. Were you okay at the competition yesterday? We did it so much I was worried you were still weak in the knees. Are you alright, Salmon of Eyes?
体力的には特に。むしろ、気力が充実して負ける気がしないくらいでしたが。
Should have expected as much. If it doesn't weigh you out, then shouldn't it be fine?
オーロが困るでしょ。昨日はずっと眠そうでした。
If I run myself ragged doing it with you, that's the life I can be satisfied with.
そういう問題ではありません。
Elle was stubborn. When you took the risk of pregnancy and whatnot into consideration, then yeah, what she was saying was correct. She was correct, but something fell off when she rejected it this distinctly. I was confident that we had spent a great night together the other day. Something happened. When I asked, she was hesitant to answer. It sounded like something had come up. Why is it off limits all of a sudden? Is something bothering you? Her face screamed like she didn't want to be asked. If that's the case, then I needed to pry it out of her. If I backed off now, then sex would suddenly be taken off the table indefinitely. If something worries you, tell me. We shouldn't keep secrets.
ですから。
Elle? I looked straight into her eyes. We're lovers, aren't we? Are you keeping a secret from me? It was a bit sneaky of me, but it took her head on. Secrets weren't too big of a deal, even if we were lovers. But Elle was such an honest person, and if I put it that way. She spoke.
オーロに愛されるのはとても嬉しい。
Makes me happy too.
だからこそ、ここで歯止めをかけるべきです。オーロの性癖を刺激しないうちに、いい形でいられる今のうちにですね。
Huh? Fetish?
オーロ。
Yes?
両辱はよくありません。
Right. I knew. This was a pure love game.
だから、両辱が好きなオーロの性癖を否定するつもりはありませんが、ここは歯止めをかける意味でですね、一度落ち着いて。
Huh?
私は、あなたを受け止める覚悟があります。そのために両辱についても色々と勉強しました。しかし、嫌がる相手にしたいという性癖はですね、とどめておくべきだとですね。
Ah. I think I got it now. Elle?
なんでしょう。
She was under a massive misconception about my fetish, and I needed to take the opportunity to clear it up. It was a pretty rude misunderstanding to have of me, so... Maybe it would actually be better to put it to use for now. If you could add that stuff right, then I just love it so much.
やっぱり...
Take this! I'm gonna assault you! I made a move on her. Pushed her back onto the bed. The sexual assault business aside, I could tell she was a little turned on after I pushed her down.
いけません、オーロ。私の話を聞いてなかったのですか？
Isn't doing it when you shouldn't when you shouldn't what makes it rape? Come on, time for some assault! I reached for her boob.
オーロ。
Dash. Huh? Elle disappeared from beneath me. At the same instant, I was pinned down against the futon.
残念です、オーロ。
Yeah! Uncle! She twisted my arm with all her strength. That was right. Elle was considerably strong when it came to fencing too, but she was a master when it came to martial arts and apprehension techniques. What I did whether I did it or not was never a fact. She wasn't someone I was strong enough to violate against her will either way.
私相手であっても、両辱はいけません、オーロ。
I get it, so stop!
もうやめるように。
She let me go. It's been a while since I thought my arm was gonna get ripped
と
off.
このように、いくらあなたを愛していても、いえ、愛しているからこそ私は、あなたの性癖には毅然とした態度で臨みます。両辱は、良くないことです。
Listen. I got the general idea of her misunderstanding and immediately cut to the chase. Yes, I do love those sorts of games, but that doesn't mean it's my fetish. Look over here. I've got plenty of pure love games here too.
そう言われると。
If I were to make it easier to understand, I love you, Elle, but I love Sylvie and Reina too. Also Ria, and I guess Jorisaki, we're talking looks-wise. However, you're the only partner I want to have sex with. It's like that. I like the fictional idea of it, but it doesn't mean it's something I want to do in real life.
そう言われると。
My explanation was a little overbearing, but you appeared to understand. By the way, given how this conversation went, the fact you have doubts that I might assault someone must mean you suspect I might have sex with someone other than you, even though you're my top choice. Elle, do you think I might cheat on you?
そんなことはありません。
And trust me, I won't have sex in any way that makes you sad, Elle.
信じてはいます。では、両辱はする気がない。
Nope.
捉えた女性の感度を3000倍にしていたぶろうとか思ってない。
No. Her knowledge was beyond skewed.
よかった。
Sound like she believed me. I was glad. I was so straightforward that as long as we had a logical conversation, even if she had doubts, we could avoid pointlessly dragging things out. By the way, I steered the conversation in the direction I had wanted to go. You mentioned doing research on the subject earlier. How did you study it exactly? Her face turned bright red. Bingo, time to score some sweet info. Hey, how did you study it? What did you study from, and in what form did you study it?
いいでしょ、そんなことは。
I've actually had my suspicions for a while now. It can be uptight, but you know sexual terms like French kissing and whatnot. I wouldn't use words like French kissing except in sexually related instances, you know? You wouldn't use words like French kissing except in sexually related instances, you know? Just plain kissing would suffice in ordinary conversation. It only came up in works separated into the erotic category. Which meant... What kind of studying did you do, Elle?
どうでもいいでしょう。
Elle...
知りません。
She ran off. Elle's sudden ban on sex had confused me a little, but it did sound like it would be fine as long as I made sure it wasn't all I focused on. So this wasn't extreme enough to warrant warning me. Elle's body wasn't the only thing I loved about her, after all. Though she was ridiculously hot.
Loveriche.
First day I went to break.
というわけで、明日には実家に帰るんです。ラジオ体操、次は来年までお預けですね。
Yeah, I think that's really great. Even though Mina had left, I was still early to rise today. Nobody would come to wake me up starting tomorrow, so I could sleep in the morning. I was thankful that foundation of any extended vacation was lounging around until it was past noon.
お父さんお母さんに会えるのは嬉しいけど、先輩と体操できなくなっちゃうのはな。
It'll be lonely for me too.
私はしばらく残るから、寂しくなるならラジオ体操するかい？
No, thank you. Winter break was in full swing.
はぁ、めんどくせ。
Why are you awake this early?
今日は用事あんの。
She looked even more surly than normal.
最近サボってたから1週間で喉戻さないと。たく。ま、あいつに頼まれたんだから仕方ないけどさ。
She muttered something under her breath, but I couldn't hear it.
あ、お前さ、クリスマスの日は来んの？ なんでもね。行くわ。
Sure.
1週間くらい戻んねえから、今年はこれで最後かもな。
Really? If it's only one week, I might still be at the dorm. But if this is indeed the last time, then have a happy new year.
ああ、
Ria was acting kinda strangely. She did look put off, but also like she didn't mind so much. What could she have planned over Christmas? She's gonna be at the party.
忙しい、忙しい。
忙しい、忙しい。
What's going on? It was around 10 a.m. I promised to pick up Elle around this time, and the entire estate was all a bustle.
おや、市松殿、おはようございます。バビン。
The old man was rushing around like crazy, and then he rushed his way straight back
お茶を
and...
持ってまいりました。おくつろぎください。
Thank you. What are you doing? Everyone was rushing all over.
日本では今月、特に年末を師走と呼ぶそうですね。そして日本は礼節の国。死を走らせて、こちらが楽をしているわけにはいかない。
それで最近は騎士員一同、皆移動するときは走ることにしております。
You've got it all wrong. Also, you got that info from Sylvie, didn't you?
おはようございます、オーロ。
Morning. We headed into town together. All the running around they were doing aside, didn't things seem kinda hectic at the estate? With Sylvie out and about, I would have figured those at the estate would have a chance to settle down.
クリスマスに屋敷でちょっとした集まりがあるのですが、
Well, yeah, I guess Sylvie had mentioned that the other day
そち
too.
らにスペシャルゲストを招けたとかで、催しの予定を大幅に変更することになったのです。それでその用意
Get
です
together?
ね。
What kind?
ちょっとした立食会です。あの屋敷は領事館も兼ねているので人が集まりやすく、かつマスコミをシャットダウンしやすいので、うぞうむぞうの話をするのにちょうどいいのでしょうね。
Ah, sounded like a mature gathering of sorts. Didn't seem like the same idea as the party Sylvie had been talking about. They obviously wouldn't invite us to a party like that. Actually, Elle, you're going to stay with me on Christmas, right? Much sooner be with Elle than go to some party.
はい、その日は一日明けましたので、ずっとオーロと言います。正確にはシルビー様にそうご命令されています。日本のクリスマスは恋人同士の日だから、オーロのために使えと。
Made my life easier having such a thoughtful princess around.
シルビー様は立食会で挨拶回りと催しまでさせられて、大変な中やや心苦しいのですが。
There's no way around it. There's such a difference in positions. Huh? Sylvia's taking part in the event too.
はい、ピアノの演奏。
Ah, Sylvie's forte, huh? It'll be doable and an easily recognized welcome, and as a way to rile up the party. No reason not to, for
本
sure.
当はそこの有名なテノール歌手を呼ぶ予定だったのですが、シルビー様が日本の芸能人をお招きしたいとおっしゃって、相手方もそれを受けたので屋敷がざわついているのです。
Oh, Japanese singer?
はい、まあシルビー様の演奏をつけるなど恐れ多いのはどの声楽家でも変わりありませんが、マリーアなんとかという歌手を招くことになったとか。
Maria Bishop!
びっくりした。
For real, Maria Bishop will be at that party!
はい、そんな名前でしたね。ずっと要望を出していたのが、つい昨日ご本人から承諾をいただけたとかで。どうしましたオーロ。
Elle Onichan, I have a request.
何ですか、気持ちの悪い。
I got Elle to fill me in some more. The party Sylvie mentioned at a mature gathering Elle alluded to earlier were one and the same. I immediately gave the okay. Alright!
喜びすぎです。
Oh, come on. This means I'll get to hear Maria Bishop sing live. She was being invited in place of a tenor singer. It had to mean it was safe to assume she was going to sing. I nearly ascended to heaven from the single time we met before, but this was my chance to hear her perform live. Given Sylvie's connections, maybe I could even talk to her again. Woohoo! Jackpot!
随分と嬉しそうですね。
Well, yeah, I'm a huge fan of hers.
そんなにその女性と会えるのが嬉しいのですか？
Huh? Where'd that stormy mood come from? Elle, are you jealous?
となどしていません。ただ私がいるのに、他の女性に会うことをそんなに喜ぶのは違うと思うのです。
No, that's something unrelated. I'm in love with you, but I'm just a fan of hers.
ファン？よくわかりません。その女性に魅力を抱いているのは事実です。
Huh? This was quickly turning into a pain. Have you never been a fan of anyone?
数百年前、騎士院を起こしたという伝説の騎士には憧れを抱いたことはありますが。
I didn't exactly fit in the same category. Elle's die-hard tendencies had shown themselves, huh? Oh well, decided if it was cute, so it was fine on me. I don't mean it like that. Well, you know, yeah, I know. You love Sylvie, right?
はい。好きというか、尊敬の。
That's roughly the idea. How I feel about Maria. Did that help her to understand? If I had to put it another way, I do love her, but I would never squeeze. I hugged her. I want to do something like this to her. I want to do this to you all the time, though. That's sort of the difference I mean. Does that make sense? Her expression was a little suspect, but don't judge.
こんなところで。
Pat on the butt distracted her.
もう、わかりました。納得しておきます。
I'm glad. Looks like I managed to downplay this successfully.
最悪私以外にそういうことをしたくなっても構いません。私が一番にしておいてくださいね。
Not only are you my number one, you're my only one? Elle had more of a jealous streak than I gave her credit for. I mean, it's less of a jealous streak than she should have, since she just admitted to the fact that she would not be that, like, inconvenienced if he wanted to have sex with another, as long as he's, like, kept her as his number one. Basically, she was saying it's okay for him to have side hoes. The side of her was pretty cute, though. Cute too. Okay, let's forget about all that and go have some fun. We have a wholesome day-long date plan.
Hi.
This is actually a first for us, isn't it?
前にした時はシルビー様たちに甘えてしまいましたからね。
We'd hang out on our day off, but we had never smoothly managed to do so alone. Things weren't going to work out today, though. We'd already had sex after all. What should we do first? So it was a given for lunch, but aside from that...
そうですね。日本の娯楽はあまり存じないのですが。
Oh, I've got a good idea in mind to give him how this conversation is going. Why don't we do karaoke? It's a place where you sing.
はあ。ああ、聞いたことがあります。仲間内だけで歌うだけの娯楽施設ですね。
And they're gonna have sex in the booth. I know where it is going. Right. I have heard of it. Recreational facilities where you... hold on. I thought I clicked, so I was confused. Like, I clicked, but it didn't, proceed. I didn't hear of it. You don't hear of it much at all, except for in Japan. What do you think, Elle? May not have many foreign songs. They may not have many foreign songs, though.
いいですよ。面白そうです。
Alright, we would start things off with karaoke. It was shaping up to be a fun day. So on that note, I could recall something Sylvia had mentioned before.
私とエル、シスア家に入るよう選ばれたのは満場一致で私だったわ。エルにはシスア家には入れないの。シスア家に選ばれることはない。楽団派の人間にはなれない理由があるのよ。
I'd wondered what that meant. Now the answer presented itself for me. I had been happily singing since earlier, and it was a good thing. The Japanese word for music was written with kanji for to enjoy sound, after all. As long as you had fun, that was what mattered. Yes. As long as Elle enjoyed herself, that was enough. They had to... her singing was so NSFW, they had to cut the voice lines.
楽しいですね、オーロ。
Huh? What? Took my earplugs out.
楽しいですね、カラオケ。私気に入りました。
I couldn't ask for anything more.
オーロ、まだ歌わないのですか？
Yeah, I'm still good for now. You sing out. My semicircular canals were still reeling too much to
で
stand.
は、お言葉に甘えて、次の曲、ピッ。
Oh, adorable. And having fun was most important.
楽しかったです。
I had a good time too.
そうですか？全然歌わないし、最後の方はずっとトイレに行っていましたが。
Oh, well, you have lots of drinks at karaoke, so bathroom breaks are to be expected, yep.
そうですか。
By the way, no. Again. Not again. Elle, is there anything else you'd like to do?
そうですね。次はお蕎麦屋さんとして、その次は。
After we finished lunch at the soba restaurant, I felt queasy for some reason, so I was grateful it went down smoothly. Next was school. So I wound up at the usual place. Winter break was in session, so some clubs had been meeting up. But even then, it was still a school for rich girls. There weren't many clubs going legitimately all out, and the overall tone was clearly relaxed, but...
実は、前々からやりたいことがあったのです。
Huh?
オーロも剣を覚えませんか？
I wasn't sure if this was unexpected or fitting in a sense from coming from Elle, but it was a dice development either way. You're saying I should give fencing a try. It would help reinvigorate Elle to continue fencing. Then, if it would help reinvigorate Elle to continue fencing, then I didn't mind. Well, so I thought, no, actual swordsmanship. Here you go. Just chucks him like an actual, like, live blade.
いえ、フェンシングではなく。
Elle didn't bring back one of the springy types they usually used for fencing, but a sword with a real solid blade. This was a rapier?
儀礼用の模造刀です。切れはしませんが、目をつくと危ないので注意して。
Okay. I took it from her. I grabbed one of her
合
own.
わせてください。
Oh. Clang. She took a light swing at me, and I met her swipe. Made a nice metallic clang on
続
impact.
けて。
I will! Clang, clang, clang. Despite how clumsy and surprised I was, we continued to clash above, below, to the right, left, and right. Up, down, right, left, up, down, right, left. She repeated the same movements as a set sequence. We clanged our swords together was fun. It reminded me of a sword fight.
次はオーロから。
Okay. Swung up, down, right, left in order. Elle naturally responded with pinpoint accuracy. Each class came with a nice clang and sent a pleasant recoil through my
儀
arm.
式演舞というものです。
I like it. It was like taking practice shots in the swordsmanship sense. It would be crude to use in a real match, but it was fun to do and gave the sense I had gotten stronger in the process.
ちょっと早くしますよ。
Okay. Speed at which our blades clashed increased. I countered Elle's strikes as best as I could. And then... Pow. Ah! I wasn't able to keep up when I went to strike her on the right. I lost my grip and dropped my sword onto the floor.
まあ、こうやって勝敗がつくわけです。
Oh, that certainly piqued my interest. The whole idea was to clash the points of our swords, not to strike at our opponent's openings. However, by raising one's speed, your opponent could remain in sync and would flub on the timing. That was how we would compete. You didn't direct your blade at the opponent, and only clashed swords, so the risk involved was quite low.
今の1の方。他に上下左右の順番を入れ替えて、そうですね、2と3の方まで作りましょう。攻撃側は1、2、3。どの方で行くのか申告して、それで打ち合います。防御側が対応できなかったら負けというルールです。
I see what you're saying. I only had to keep the one pattern in mind, but it was a bit slower when we started the second routine. However, any amount of hesitation meant you couldn't keep up with your opponent and you would lose instantly. It was sort of like a game of hey, look that way, which turned rock, paper, scissors win conditions into a turn-taking system.
どうです？続けますか？
Yeah, sounds like fun.
では、
Put on goggles and long sleeves, and Elle brought her thigh pads for some additional protection. Unlike Kendo and fencing, it was more like a game, but we totally lost ourselves in it.
どうです
It's fun! Although we ended up clashing our swords to 5 different patterns. Even an amateur like me can win more than I would
基
have
本は
thought.
じゃんけんですから。
Our score was around 2 to 8. Given our skill gap in fencing, I would never win 20% of matches based on pure sword handling speed. But since I could take turns launching one-sided offense, a one-sided offense, I actually had a minor chance at victory. An amateur like me could defeat a pro like Elle. How could I not have fun?
よかった。ようやく私にもオーロを楽しませられることが見つかりました。
We must have been pretty immersed. By the time we headed home, the sun had already set. Elle intended on making me dinner again, so we headed back to my place. What do you call what we just
わ
did?
かりません。というか、多分名前はないかと。本来は騎士が剣を使ってやる儀式演舞のようなもので勝負事ではないのです。礼節の意味でも勝負としての名はないかと。私たちの間では単純に演舞と呼んでいましたね。小さい頃は。
You could learn the rules of a game even if you didn't know the name of it. Let's play that game. Yeah, that one. Would get the point across.
本当は剣に礼節を問われるべき騎士のこと、遊びで剣を交えるのは良くないのですが。
Elle grinned. Now it all fit together. Was the person you were with when you called them drills, Sylvie? Nailed
ま
it.
だ騎士院にいた頃のシルが一番好んだ遊びでした。騎士として軽々しく行ってはいけないのですが、思えばあの頃からシルビー様は騎士としては生きられなかったやもしれませんね。
Must have already been set in stone which of them would go to the Siswas by then. I see. Game from back when Elle and Sylvie were still sisters, huh? Was Sylvie
と
strong?
ても。結局あの頃、あちらが勝ち続けてそのまま別れたので、通算成績では惨敗していることになりますね。
Elle sounded a little lonesome. Oh,
風が出てきましたね。
we were both sweaty, so it was freezing. Let's hurry over to my place.
はい。それで、今日の夕飯なのですが、ちょっと時間をかけてもいいですか？お腹空いてないでしょうか？
I'm fine for right now. Why?
オーロが前に褒めてくれたクリームシチュー。今日は目いっぱい凝ったものを作ろうかと。
He apparently brought the ingredients already. She took them out of the fridge. There were ingredients way more luxurious than usual, like smoked bacon, gigantic potatoes, and
た
otherwise.
だ、これ、煮込むのに2時間かかるのです。
2 hours from now, huh?
すいません。本当はもっと早くかかる予定だったのですが。
We did spend a lot of time sword fighting at the dojo. If it's a dish you're proud of, I'd love to try it. I don't mind waiting.
はい。
With that, we decided to wait for dinner. In the meantime, I took a shower to wash the sweat off. Warm myself up.
風に注意してくださいね。さて、では私もお風呂をいただきます。
Should I keep an eye on the stew?
はい。あとは2時間置けばいいので、そのままにしておいてください。
Elle headed to the bathroom. The stew was left bubbling over a gentle flame and gave off a wonderful smell. I sat back and relaxed. The chair was quiet.
もう人ほとんどいないかんね。
Heroina turned up with a great big
お
yawn.
はよう、オーロ。
Good morning. She always had a rough time waking up. Of course, the rich girls would head home at a reasonable hour.
だね。こうやって休みもフリーにうだうだぐだぐだってのは、庶民に許された特権ですよ。
Was that her breakfast? She was munching away on some chocolate potato chips. Yeah, relaxed mornings like these would be tough to come by for rich girls. Wait, it's morning?
オーロからエロい匂いがする。
I always give off sexy pheromones,
エ
actually.
ルチンの匂いだ。ベッドに連れ込んだ的な？
Won't deny it.
うわぁ、エロエロかよ。清純派の私には朝から刺激が強いわ。
So they fucked after the bath. Okay.
どういうプレイした？
Stuff too provocative to tell someone so innocent. Elena giggled in response. I'll just take this as her own unique way of congratulating me. Alright, maybe it's about time. Okay, Reina. Oh, Reina, you had breakfast?
ん？まだだけど？おー！うまそう！
Sure is. Elle's specially made cream stew. I asked Elle to set aside some of the stew for leftovers. I put it on the stove to heat it up. I got so wrapped up in our lovemaking last night that I only ate it during a break, but I had every intention of stuffing myself silly with it today. This goes for curry too, but stew really does taste better the day after.
うんうん。見て見てこのじゃがいも。超でっかい。
Ah, the bigger the potato, the better they taste in dishes like these.
ホクホクかよ。あちち。
Reina approved of how the stew turned out
こ
too.
れすんげえ手込んでるよね。ベーコンは燻製だし、じゃがいももなんか違う？
She prepared them separately so they wouldn't lose their form, it seems.
エルチンって料理できたんだ。知らんかった。
She said she was used to making outdoorsy meals due to her marching experience, like camping food and stuff.
ああ、そういや停電騒動の時も飯盒を使うの上手だっけ？でもこれはキャンプ飯じゃないよね。
You got a point. Why was their camp food this elaborate? Wonder why she limited it to camp food? Modesty?
でもエルチン、そういうとこで謙遜するタイプじゃなくない？
Yeah, which would mean...
愛しのオーロに喜んでもらうために、キャンプ用だけじゃなく、普通のお料理も勉強しなくちゃ。やっ！包丁で指を切っちゃった。痛い！でも、大好きなオーロのため、頑張るぞい！みたいな。うわ、すっげえニヤニヤ顔。本気で喜んでる顔だ。
Don't make me blush. I will go that far? So I wondered, but I bet she actually had to learn some refined cooking skills for outdoor use because she thought she was inconveniencing me when we were back when we were pretend lovers. All for me.
オーロってすんごい顔に出る人種だったんね。
Could you stop messing with me already? I could feel how hot my face was. Even so, our conversation only made me want to see Elle even more. She took part in club like normal today and got lost in a mix with her peers.
また来た。ち。
Some of the fencing club members gave me the most reviled looks they could muster. They had worried me back when we were pretend lovers, but they must have resigned themselves now that we were officially in a relationship.
オーロ、どうかしましたか？
Nah, just missed you.
もう。
うらやましい。
I was aware that I was doing something entirely worth the glare still.
はい、集合！
His advisor called everyone together.
年末は体がなまるから、保険をかける意味でも、今日は基礎をがっちりやってくよ。
Sound like there wouldn't be any flashy sparring matches today, but they were going back to the basics. Elle would take the lead during these practice sessions and stood in front of her fellow club
基
members.
礎動作から始めます。一礼。
She blended in with the others when she sparred, but she definitely stood out during practices like these. Her movements alone were polished to a different level. Her forward charges were nimble and penetrating. In real life combat, her movements would surely amount to a lethal weapon. Completely different from when I shoved my dick into her butt yesterday and she was squealing out loud for sure.
お疲れ、市松くん。
I was thinking anything!
Huh?
Never mind. The advisor spoke to me. She must have had time to spare now that Elle had taken over coaching.
改めて、礼を言っとかないとと思ってね。あなたのメンタルケア、ありがとさん。
I didn't do anything really. Serious. Didn't do anything.
そうやって謙遜してくれると、こっちも褒めがいがあるよ。
She was certainly in a good mood. Yes, in some sense, she was the one who had worried about Elle the most, so it was to be expected.
で、だね。また続けざまに頼み事するのは気が引けるんだが。
Huh?
ありがとうございました
The practice session ended a couple hours later. When it was over, all the club members made their way out of the dojo in droves and looked to be in quite a rush. Most of the girls were going back to visit their families over winter break, and I bet they felt like they needed to hurry home. We would eventually make our way back to the dorm, but we decided to hang back and relax for a bit.
オーロ
Elle had also let the others change first and called out to me. She worked up quite a bit of sweat. There'd be a chance to shower
先
after
生と
this?
は何を話していたので
Huh? She broke the ice with a tough subject to breach. Yeah, about whether you'll continue fencing or not. And how she hopes for an answer before the end of the year. Of course, it was a tough subject for her, not so much for me. Elle was still conflicted on whether or not she wanted to continue fencing. It was great that Elle was weighing the pros and cons, and she could debate with herself all she liked. However, it didn't sound like those around her would stand for it much longer. Come on, Elle, competing may be off the table since you're a year older than them, but you've still got a lot of time to offer the club.
ええ、わかっています。
You're definitely going to become a captain next year, so you really do need to make a decision. Which means you've got about another week. A little less than a week, actually. Elle would be visiting her country over New Year's, and there was no getting out of it. Her dignity as a knight depended on it. She had to come to a decision before then, no matter what. Think you'll be able to choose?
まだ悩んでいます。
A strange smile crossed her face. The exact look you'd expect from someone exceptionally distressed. In a face I believed she would only ever let me, her boyfriend, see.
今日もやっていて思いました。フェンシングは本当に楽しい。肌に馴染んでいる。けれど同時に、今日はどこか浮ついた気持ちもありました。
Uneasy?
正確には、昨日からですね。シルビー様がご公務に勤しんでおられるのに、私はこんなことしていいのかと。特に、オーロにお風呂でヒーヒー言わされた後思いましたね。罪悪感がすごかったです。
Sorry about that.
まあ、それは冗談として、思い出したのです。私がフェンシングを、ひいては武道を始めたのは、シルビー様のためであったことを。
And now, Elle may have come from a prestigious family of knights, but she was born into high society. There was never any need for her to become a princess's bodyguard. For her to deliberately pick the knight of a path, of one who sacrificed herself for her master. The only explanation would be that she has special feelings for that master.
このままフェンシングを続けたとして、それは楽しいとは思いますが、シルビー様のためになるかはわかりません。私にとっては、シルビー様のために生きることが人生の最大の命題です。シルビー様と離れたここ数日で痛感しました。私はこんなにもあの方を慕っているのだと。
As your master or as a sister?
両方です。これ、内緒ですよ。
Yeah. At long last, I got to hear exactly how Elle felt. She still thought of Sylvia as her little sister, and those feelings of adoration were alive and well. This was an answer she wasn't allowed to give as a knight, and was certain she would only ever share those. And I was certain she would only ever share those feelings with me. She wanted to dedicate her life to Sylvia, not out of a sense of duty, but as the foundation of Elle's personal system of values. It wasn't really a choice between fencing or otherwise, but in a sense, one would get in the way of the other.
ただフェンシングをやめるという決断も難しいです。私にとって大事なことなのに変わりはないので。
Problem solver. He just needs to become a knight and, like, take on half the fucking protective duties. It was a selfish desire, if I had to say, but it was also important. Being all lovey-dovey with me landed squarely in the selfish category too, after all.
だから、悩みます。どうしたらいいかな。
Elle was completely stumped. Couldn't answer this for her. But again, maybe this was an improvement of him not asking me what she should do. Compared to agonizing it all on her own. You've still got some time until you have to answer. Take your time and think it through. For now, though, how about we do this instead, Elle? I changed the subject. Grab the rapier meant for ceremonial use rather than traditional fencing that we'd used yesterday. The dojo should be free until this afternoon, so we had plenty of time to screw around. Elle took it with a giggle.
ルールは昨日と同じでいきます？
Why don't we add more patterns? 7 or so today.
難しくなりますよ。
We had ourselves another fun sword fight. Elle may have abruptly found herself with a time limit to pick which life path she wanted to take, but I hope she moved towards a wonderful future.
どういけない。もうこんな時間。
Do we need to get going?
午後からは柔道部が使う予定なのです。切り上げましょう。
We wrapped things up after half an hour or so. After a half hour or so. I didn't win once
ル
today.
ールを広げれば、勝敗は腕の優劣に左右されますよ。
Damn, she sure was confident. Elle quickly put her equipment away and wiped down the sweat-covered floor. All that was left was to get
オ
changed.
ーラも汗をかきましたね。シャワーを浴びていきますか？
Can I?
男子用の部室にもシャワーはついていますよ。
She led the way. Elle headed to the women's locker room. And he followed after.
キン
That's
イ
fucking
ロラブリッ
adorable.
チ
As always. December 21st is just kind of a thrill for some reason.
クリスマスが近いからですか？
There's that too, but it's also because it's around the start of winter break. And it looks pretty when you line the numbers 1, 2, 2, 1 up in a row.
なるほど。
Maybe it's kind of lonesome to realize not many people get to share something so moving.
そんなに感動することでもないような。
People have really cleared out in droves, haven't they?
ですね。初日で3分の1、今はさらに3分の1くらい。
Out of the over 90 boarders, there were less than 10 left. It was still only the 21st, and there were 10 whole days until the year's end, but I guess high-class girls really do spend their vacations with family.
特に理由はなくても、長期休暇に入ってまで一人暮らしを選んでるってのが、すでに休暇の感覚じゃ、不義理だとか、怠けてる風になるんだ。
Wow. And here we have a commoner who didn't need to worry about any of that and opted to stay behind. Personally, I think it's better if you've got a little time to lounge around by yourself on extended
で
breaks.
きないんだろうね、それが。お嬢様方には。
It sure is sweet to be an everyday commoner.
そうじゃのう。ってあれ、お嬢様方面の人がいる。
お嬢様というわけでは。
You're clearly high class, actually. Single misstepping, she would have been a princess.
そう言われると、なんだかおかしな気分ですね。
どうしたのこんな朝早くか。ああ、エロいことしてたのか。大丈夫大丈夫。突っ込んだことは聞きません。私は何かと見守るレイナちゃんだから。たとえ二人が昨晩はぐっちょんぐっちょんのねっちょんねっちょんな夜を過ごしていても、爽やかに流すよ。
恐縮です。
I was grateful to how considerate she was being, but I wish she'd just kept it to herself from the
で
start.
もそれはそれとして、今日の朝ごはんはエルチンの手料理的なものがあると、より爽やかに流せそう。ねえねえ、昨日のシチューまだ残ってない？
That's what you're after? I wonder why she was popping in so early. There's no stew, but she was about to make me breakfast. Sorry about this, Elle, but could you make an extra helping to shut her up?
構いませんよ。
やり！
Then, while we spent time with this shameless girl...
あら。
Oh? Despite saying she wouldn't be back for a while, Ria turned up with Chokosaki. Elle's eyes also landed on Ria.
ウィス、リアチン、あやや。ああ。
Ayaya!
どうも。乗ったん？ なんか用事あるとか言ってたのに。スタジオで機材トラブル。行こうとしてたところがダメになって、一時的に避難してきた。へえ。ねえねえ、二人とも朝ごはん食べた？エルチンが作ってくれるそうよ。
You're happy to go lucky with everyone, aren't you? She invited them along like it was the obvious choice. Ria was one thing, but Chokosaki was a totally different story.
そうですね。いかがですか？
Elle focused in on Ria for whatever reason. And then...
いいよ。行こうか。
Ria nodded her head.
お前は嫌なら帰ったら。
いいわよ。一緒する。目を離して逃げられたら困る。
Even now, Chokosaki had... Even Chokosaki had tagged along, all while giving me a blatantly hateful glare. This turned into one crazy breakfast group. It wouldn't have been impossible to fit 5 people into my room, but Chokosaki openly detested it, so he went ahead and ate in the foyer. This morning we had handmade muffins, since our group had increased in size without warning. We assembled a medley of ingredients and ate everything buffet style. I paired my handmade muffins with a hamburger steak while Reina added jam and some sweets. It amazed me how different our tastes were. Sophisticated one among us went with the elegant option and only put butter on hers. I got a wet blanket. On the other hand... Don't just eat the filling and just skip out on the muffins themselves.
後で別に食うよ、うっせえな。
We had this girl who mowed down on the hamburger, steak, bacon, and other fillings first. I wasn't one to talk, but that was crass.
好きなように食べてください。まだまだあります。
Elle didn't seem to mind, so I kept the rest of my thoughts to myself.
なんかあれだな。ポテトとか欲しいな。
ああ、すいません。じゃがいもがないので。
Ria walked off, and she immediately came
これ
back.
も作って。
She brought back frozen fries. As instructed, Ella headed over to the microwave with the fries in hand. We were craving them that badly.
パン系とハンバーグが揃ってると、なんとなく。日本人は小さな頃から赤字に黄色い M の字の看板のアメリカ企業に調教されてるからね。
相変わらずジャンクね。
誰かさんみたく朝からナイフとフォーク使って飯食いたくねえよ。
Jokosaki, who had gone out of her way to spread butter on a muffin with a spoon, gave her a sour look. They're close, huh?
だね。聞いたことなかったけど。
Definitely. And at least heard they were acquaintances, but it sounded like they ate together all the time. It was already a shock to learn that Ria was friendly with anyone other than me. But with Jokosaki of all people, unimaginable. Proper lady who hated commoners and anything remotely scandalous was friends with someone who was practically scandalousness personified.
何よ、じろじろ見て。
No reason. She must have was staring.
ちょっと縁があって話すだけ。それだけです。
Her blatant irritation made it clear she didn't want me to ask any more questions and cut the subject short, even though she wouldn't ordinarily...
私と彼女のことに首を突っ込みたいと？庶民は下世話で困りますわね。
Say something like that.
何よ。
I'm pretty sure I haven't said a word. She was too on edge to turn to snide comments. Did she hate the idea of people knowing she got along with Ria that badly?
まあまあ、そう怒んないで。あやかっちはどんな風に食べてるの？
The one among us with maxed out communication skills stepped between us to clear the air.
何これ？バターだけ？
ええ。このマフィン出来がいいですし、バターも美味しいから、そのままでいいかなって。
バターだけって、味しなくない？
風味というものがあります。いいバターは油がよく溶けるから、塩味も際立ちますし。
I'll make these muffins and the butter, by the way.
マジ？マフィンは焼けばいいとして、バターって作れるの？牛乳を腐らせたり、いろいろあるんでしょ？
それはチーズ。バターは市販の生クリームからでも。
Actually made butter in, funny enough, biology class back in 8th grade. 8th grade. The funniest thing is because the teacher back then, like, the kind where you can fully imagine them owning, like, living in, like, a fucking, like a van. I don't know what to say, what to call it. Wohnwagen. Shit. They're just, in a trailer. Where, like, he gave up the kind of vibes where you can completely imagine that he owned and lived in a trailer and had, like, his own mini weed farm. Like, he gave up off those kind of vibes. And with this biology teacher, we made butter once. Like, herb butter. Not only that, but Reina-sama managed to mingle with Drogasaki and establish a conversation. Made me realize all the more how incredible Reina was.
できましたよ。どうも。朝からこのセットってなんか贅沢な気分。何？
いえ、あれから気になって調べてはいました。相馬リア殿。
あれからって？
そこの湖で自殺をほのめかしていた時。
お前あの時のパツキンか。
自死は思いとどまってくれたようで、ほっとしています。
あの時も言ったけど、最初から死ぬ気なんてなかったって。
何よりです。そういえば、調べていく途中で分かったのですが、あなたのお仕事について、シルビー様とオーロには伝えるべきですか？どちらもあなたの大変なファンでらっしゃるのですが。
やめろ。めんどくせえことになるのはごめんだ。
残念です。
ずいぶんとおせっかいなんだな。
ん？
誰かさんに聞いてたイメージ通りだわ。誰かさんのお姉ちゃんは、妹ちゃんのことばっかり心配してて、自分のことをおろそかにしがちだって。妹として心配だって。10年前に聞いた通りだ。ごちそうさまでした。ねえねえねえ、こっからどうする？リアちゃんも、あやややも、今日は暇なんよね。まあ、暇というわけではないわ。クリスマスに備え、じゃあどっか遊びに行こうぜ。オーロはともかく、エルチン連れて遊べるなんて珍しいし。
Are we gonna fit in with everyone here?
何？二人きりでエロいことしたいから嫌だって？
Yep.
違います。遊びというのはピンときませんが、わかりました。お供します。
Elle got swindled hanging out with Reina too. And I was hoping to make Elle squeal in a new outfit today.
オーロ
Okay, I'll join you. I assume you're coming too, Ria?
だから私たちは、たまには息抜きもいいか。
After some convincing, everyone eventually got on board with the idea.
よし、じゃあ冬の街に繰り出すぜ。どこ行く？行きたいとこある人。
This was your suggestion, so you should pick.
じゃあ。
Just gotta suggest karaoke.
カラオケ？
Yeah.
いいですね。
Oh, karaoke, please. A typical group of 5 went around town. In spite of the unwilling look on her face, it was a surprise to have Drogasaki along. Isn't this actually my first time going on an outing with you, Ria?
だな。てか外を流すの自体あんまりない。あんまり目立たないでよ。バレやしねえよ、うるせえな。
Huh? Wasn't entirely sure what Drogasaki was worried
こ
about.
っちとしてはエルチンも珍しいよ。こんなに付き合いがいい感じは。
ですか？
いつも付き合ってくれるにしても、シルビーの付き添いとかそういうんじゃない？シルビーなしで、なん
で
て。
すね。正直落ち着きません。金色ラブリッチェ。
おいっす。あれ？まだ寝てんの？
Oh, Rhea, good morning. Oh, I slept in for once this morning, but Rhea came over just past 9 a.m. There was nothing unusual about her coming over, but it was rare to see her at this hour.
また出るから挨拶がてら。はい。
Frozen fried onigiri?
昨日の朝飯の例。俺的に今一番ハマってるやつ。今日はいないの？名前忘れた。おっぱいがすごいパツキン。
You mean Elle? She said she had fencing club today. I didn't want to deal with the fencing club glaring at me the whole time and opted to stay behind. So around the time I figured it'd be nice to kick back and relax for a chance. You came by.
そいつは悪かったな。
Rhea rummaged through her chest pocket, not acting especially bothered. Rustle. What's up? I assumed she was fetching her cigarettes and got a cup ready to use it for an ashtray. However...
今禁煙中なの忘れてた。たく。
Seriously? Did you have some sort of epiphany or are you suddenly feeling health conscious?
クリスマスまでだよ。喉を休めてんの。
Huh?
なんでもない。
She sounded exasperated and sat on my bed.
なんかここに来るのすげえ久しぶりな気がする。
Yes, it's 10. I've had sex with Elle on this bed several times and she immediately just gets up. Say that earlier. I'm going to sit down on the couch. Oh, the couch isn't safe. You two are disgusting. Oh yeah, it's been at least a month. I rarely had visitors during the time. Elle and I were pretending to be lovers too. As usual, I couldn't tell what Rhea was thinking about, and she started to space out. Oh well, I didn't mind the general vibe of things when she was around. I don't really have a lot of food to eat here, so I guess I'll just snack on this. Want some?
欲しい。味噌汁ある？焼きおにぎりは単体だと100点だが、味噌汁があると300くらいになる。
If you're fine with instant, Manila or freshwater clam?
あさり。白かよ。味噌汁っつったら赤だしだろうが、冬は特に。
Instant red miso's pricier for some odd reason.
待ってろ。
Rhea briefly left to grab some from her room to contribute towards our meal. Meanwhile, I stuck the onigiri in the microwave and heated up some water.
持ってきた。
Cool. We decided to have breakfast together. Fried onigiri with miso soup served in mugs.
冬はこれだー。
Sure does. Saying less is more certainly applied to this situation. We huffed and puffed on savory fried onigiri dipped in a miso soup with rich red broth. It only makes you appreciate being born Japanese.
今度外人さんの彼女にも教えてやれよ。
Yeah. Her comment had reminded me. I'm in an international relationship right now. Elle was a foreigner. Her Japanese was nearly fluent, so it slipped my mind.
なんだよ。女騎士って設定忘れたのか？それでハマったと思ってたのに。
I wouldn't have fallen for her over something like that.
本当に？
Rhea knocked gently against my treasure chest. Okay, fine. I did have plenty of visual novels in there that were themed around violating female knights, but I fell for Elle because of who she is. That's all there is to it.
そうかい。そういや昔も別にシルビーのことを姫様だから好きになったわけじゃないんだっけ。
To be fair, Sylvia hadn't even been a princess, much less a part of the royal family back in those days.
割といじめっ子だったのは覚えてるか？
I do. Teasing kids who caught your attention was just something little boys did, and I guess it had been pretty reckless. I had been pretty reckless. That was how Sylvie became attached to the one she protected a bunch. Who protected her a bunch. To Solma. Oh yeah, I haven't seen Sylvie yet, have you? Are you good with that?
いらねえって。言うなよ、面倒になるから。
If you're opposed, then I'll leave it alone. Pawns like these sure could put a person on edge.
うすうす感づかれてるよ。しかもあっちの格好で。なんでもねえよ、うるせえな。
Way to blow her lid. She was the one mumbling to herself. Leah finished her meal and politely put her hands together.
なあ、イチ。
Yeah. Had it been ages since she'd called me that.
俺はお前に、シルビーとくっついて欲しかったんだよ。シルビーを幸せにしてやって欲しかったの。
Don't you think that's kind of lofty?
そう思うけど、それでも、二人が一緒になれば、幸せな金色の時間がずっとずっと続くと思ってた。
Oh my god, is it gonna be a case of childhood Ria actually had a crush on Oro, but didn't think they would go anywhere, so she tried to fucking hook him up with the princess?
ゴールデンタイムがずっと。
Yeah, loft was a good word to describe it.
あのデカパイはシルビーと仲いいんだよな。
Yeah, she's basically your best friend.
ならいっか。これからもちゃんとシルビーのそばにいてやれよな。
Well, a friend is a friend.
ならいい。
I had no clue what she was talking about. But he appeared to have worked through something internally and didn't speak another word of it. Good enough, huh? My actions would bring Elle happiness, and Elle did always keep Sylvie's best interest in mind. Sylvie shouldn't have any issue with that, right? Plop. Huh? Yeah, who had been sitting by my side suddenly leaned against me. Summing up.
別に。
That's so. She was light enough, so no sense being bothered by it. Ria idled her time away, huddled up to me after
こ
all.
んな時間
Afterward.
もいいもんだな。
Huh?
人生に余計な時間なんて、一日も一秒もないけど、こんな時間も、いいもんだな。
Wasn't like I didn't get what she meant. Even a single second sounded awfully grandiose, though.
人生って多分、必要な時間とそうじゃない時間にさっくり二つで分かれてて、その二つとも楽しめてるのが、一番綺麗なんだと思う。一番輝いてるんだと。シルビーにも教えてやれよ。あのデカ父にもな。
Elle returned later that afternoon after her practice got out.
あまり時間ありませんよ。さっさと来なさいよ。スタジオ開けてあげたんだから。
はいはい。
Ria was on her way out at the same time, so we happened to cross paths.
走馬殿とは何を？
Just eating and lounging around. Now, what would you like to have for lunch? I've got fried onigiri if you're all right with it.
焼きおにぎり。おにぎりは知っていますが、焼くので？
If you never have it, then perfect. I'll teach you all about the ultimate masterpiece that serves as the foundation of Japan's proud food modification culture.
楽しみです。
As long as we were going to the effort, we might as well eat outside. I took her somewhere nearby that was perfect for meals. Maybe it's a little chilly for this.
このくらいの方が外って感じでいいですよ。
Northern Europeans really were resilient to the cold. I steeped the fried onigiri I brought along in miso soup from my thermos.
へえ、ライスボールを焼くという発想も奇抜ですが、こんなに香ばしくなるのですね。
Heat brings out soy sauce's true worth is a saying for a reason.
今度行軍訓練の時提案してみましょう。
We spread out a blue tarp and killed some time together. The dispensable moments in life, huh? Wonderful thing for sure. Oh, Elle, anything happened during fencing?
はい。
Her tone of voice dropped.
25日がボーダーラインになりそうです。私が練習に出られるのがそれまでですので。
Yeah, since she was heading back home on the 26th.
あと3日です。3日で決めないと。今後、どんな道に進むべきか。
Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Compared to yesterday, the weather was nice and clear. The wind was strong to make up for it. If this turned into a squall, it seemed like it might snow. There wasn't much hope for the temperature rising. The only thing to do on days like these is to hold up your room, hide in bed, and wait it out.
だらけすぎです。
Oh, come on, it's freaking cold! If you'll snuggle up to me, maybe I'll work up the courage to get out of bed, even if it's cold. Even if it's cold. But if you snuggle up to me, that might actually backfire and make me want to drag you back into bed.
じゃあダメです。今日は忙しいのですから、我慢してください。
Okay.
先輩、お久しぶりです。
Hey there, Merry Christmas!
はい、 メリークリスマスです。
Population density was increasing ever so slightly in the deserted dormitory. Went home, but now you're back?
はい。今夜のことを考えて、一旦、お姫様にご招待されるなんて、一生で一度、はるかないかですから。
The boarders who received Sylvie's invitation had to be using the place to store their luggage. She said she told everyone, but it'd be around 300 people. I wonder how many will be there.
150ってとこじゃない？なんだかんだでお忙しいお坊ちゃまお嬢様の多いノーブル学園だし。
You think so? Well, I would bet around half of the invitees would actually show up. Invitations from princesses, from a princess were just that big of a deal.
屋敷で大きな行事があると思うと、ここにいるのが少々落ち着きませんね。
いつもなら現場でキビキビ指揮してる派だもんね。
エキスナたちを信頼はしていますが、不備はないだろうか。
It happened sometime since I'd seen her don the face of the Knight's captain, and she looked concerned at that. Now I have confidence in how peaceful Japan can be and leave the rest to security. Now, should we be going?
そうですね。
The party wasn't until later tonight, so we had we had plenty of time to kill. For now, the fencing club was also having a meetup, so we headed to the academy. I can't believe you've got practice all the way up to Christmas.
今日はまだ前日じゃないですか。
That goes double for Christmas Eve. It's a romantic holiday.
厳密に言ってクリスマスとは24日の日没から、つまり現時点ではイブでもありません。
Right, got it. Europeans really are fussy about that kind of thing, huh? Christmas for us starts exactly at 6 p.m. on the 24th. In Japan, the 24th was largely considered to be Christmas Eve, and a day for lovers to be super mushy. When in Rome, those Romans do well.
そうですね。
悪いねみんな。
We weren't able to reserve the martial arts dojo today. There weren't that many members gathered either, less than 10.
みんな彼氏と一緒に過ごすんですって。
裏切り者ども。私たちはカバレロ様だけに愛を誓ったはずですのに。
Things seem to be going pretty well for them, though. These girls squid like crazy over Elle on a regular basis, but a bunch of them actually did have boyfriends.
悔しくないもんカバレロ様がいれば
If I would wager, these two just might wind up the sort of 30-somethings who, after going through many ordeals, eventually found themselves checking in at a wedding, only get drunk on sparkling wine, and whine that there were no good men in the world.
はいはい。まあ、来ない奴は来ないで仕方ない。練習するよ。人数少なすぎて武道場取れなかったから、今日は外で走り込み。
私は着替えてきます。オーロ、後でまた。
Yeah. I saw her off. Now then, I was free until tonight.
一松くん。
Tomorrow's the deadline, so please talk to Elle about it instead.
そうかい。
Elle needed to decide whether or not she'd continue as a member of the fencing club, and it was clear how worried their advisor was. I brushed her off since it wasn't my choice to make. Now then, as for me... What are you doing?
いや、どうもどうも。
Was that middle-aged reporter from before? He had his camera, but he couldn't get in through the school gates, so he was loitering around instead.
今日ってフェンシングの練習しないの？
Just some long-distance running drills, apparently.
参ったな。一枚欲しかったんだけど、フェンシングやってる紹介するための写真で、ランニングの写真撮るって、なんかいやらしいよね。
Yeah, that sounds pretty skeevy.
また今度にしますか。
It helped that he was a man who could keep things separate. Now then, so you're pursuing Elle again? Should have gotten some decent shots of her at the last competition, so I thought the matter was done and over with. But as I thought that to myself...
何言ってるの？これからが本番だよ。フェンシング界期待の新星であるフエンさんとカバリエロさんのライバル関係は 今後のスポーツ業界でも盛り上がること間違いなしだし。
Huh?
あ、そうそう。これ、この前の試合の記事が載ってる号ね。後で顧問の先生に渡しておいて。
Anime the magazine. Monthly Sports Connection Special Edition. Which athletes to keep your eye on in 2020? Huh? Sports magazine? Look inside, and it was an exceptionally serious sports magazine. It contained sports coverage for things like baseball and soccer, articles about the 2016 gold medalist, as well as interviews that showed no evident gender bias. Huh. What? This is a serious magazine?
真面目っちゃ真面目だよ。日本は世界的に見てスポーツ全般に打ち込む国民性じゃないから、ちょっとでも盛り上げていこうってね。
I looked for Elle's picture, when a number of athletes were introduced together in the feature of fencing. That Fuen Shinku girl was the primary subject of the article. She was shouldered with the future of the Japanese fencing community, and the photo of Elle described her as being her greatest rival. But this is how you used Elle's picture?
まあね。あ、何？まさかエッチな雑誌にエッチな意味で載せると思ってた？
Yep. I was totally convinced it was the type of magazine that would lure customers in with double page of nude spreads.
ひどいな。僕こう見えてもスポーツ振興会の役員とかもしてるんだよ。
I'm sorry, I guess I had you pegged all wrong.
まあ、普段買う雑誌は自分で書いたお堅いのより女の子の袋閉じが楽しみなのばっかりだけどさ。
Nah, what I pegged wrong was this old man's awful personality.
君のことも知ってるよ。浜南の市松往路くん。おっと、この話はもうしない方がいいかな。
Yeah, please keep it to yourself. At this point, I had pushed the past out of my mind. But, yeah. I've been overly cautious, but this was how these photos were going to be used. But if this was how these photos were going to be used, maybe I should actually have seen this in a positive light. Besides, this... I get it. It's because L's not Japanese.
そう。今はいいけど、2020年には日本にとっては最大の敵になるね。
Oh, believe me, 2020 is gonna have entirely different things to worry about. You poor ignorant fool.
まあ、それも楽しみではあるけどね。たとえ別の国でも頑張ってる若い子はどうしても応援したくなっちゃうよね。いや、こういう考え方は日本のスポーツ振興には良くないかな。
Logic tuned the old man out at that point. I was engrossed in the magazine he'd handed me instead. The picture he'd taken of Elle came out so cool and worked in the magazine perfectly. More importantly...
オーロ
Hey, practice over?
はい。パーティーまで、もう少し時間がありますね。どうします？何か食べていきます？
Well, let's not eat. These parties don't come around so often, so I'd rather eat there.
ですね。
Want to spend a little time together instead? Rather than my place, I picked here to kill some time. Talk about cold, the temperature had tanked and it was awfully windy to boot. But to make up for it...
いい夕焼けですね。
Isn't it? This was the perfect spot to enjoy the scenery as we watched the sun set into the lake. We were seated at the table Sylvie always used. It was usually dressed up in a white tablecloth, but his table was somewhat worn down. Ah, well, it was plenty just for a break. Yeah, the academy roof would honestly be better, but that spot's Ria's. Better not. The view was plenty gorgeous from here.
さっき、例の記者とまた話していたようですが。
Oh, yeah. He gave me this. I ended up bringing it with me. I really need to give it to the advisor tomorrow. I handed her the magazine.
もう記事になったのですか？
Elle, you knew? That reporter said he's writing an article for a sports magazine.
そう紹介されていますから。オーロどこの記者だと思ったので？
Apparently she had known. If he'd been a reporter for a third-rate tabloid like I thought, Elle would have let him cover the competition. But...
ライバル候補ナンバー1ですか。なかなかいい扱いにしていただいてますね。
Yeah. Elle and I were both equally satisfied with the article. Hey, Elle.
はい。
Beautiful, isn't it?
ですね。
Nice. The sun was in a perfect spot as it slowly sank into the horizon. Its position allowed the sky to turn to a gorgeous shade of gold.
前も二人で見ましたね。
Yeah, back when we first met.
シルビー様がおっしゃっていた。日本に来て一番綺麗な時間。
It was our golden time. One of my friends told me about it. They said it's best to strike a good balance between the essential and dispensable parts of your life. I agree with that sentiment.
ですね。私も最近そう思うようになりました。人生にはしなければならないこととそうではないことがあってそうではないこともやがて大切になっていくと。
I hadn't chosen this place for any particular reason. Still, it made for a romantic Christmas. My friend said this too. The time you spend living should be
そう
radiant.
大切なお友達なんですね。
Precious? I never really perceived Rhea as fitting into such an exaggerated category. She was a childhood friend who happened to be around, who I could have ordinary conversations with. It was all. Yeah, she was important. You're right. A precious friend. I'll quickly close the magazine.
そうですね。輝く時間は大切です。人生は輝く時を目指すべきだと。
Looked over there at the same person who posted the whole like 12 but is maternal and gets along better with younger girls at age 12. Posted something else. Ozaki Ayana, age 12. Trait amorous, more prone to romantic involvement. Oh my god, please help. Anyways. I wondered if Al had already made her decision. Since when? There was no telling. It was only for her to know. The one thing I could say was, just because you want to shine doesn't mean it will happen. That'll be easy. Being golden, I mean. But I do believe it's important to set your sights on something extraordinarily meaningful. Something I couldn't do.
あら。
Elle held my hand tightly. I'd been avoiding the subject, but Elle knew my circumstances. But that discussion was for another day. But if that's your goal, I'll support you. I'll be right there cheering you on at your side.
はい。
Whoa. Whoa. Oh! Are you for real?
すごいでしょう。どうも。
I'd heard she had been invited to a buffet party, but I never thought she'd show up to entertain a bunch of students. She'd really come, Maria Bishop.
さすが王女様。なかなか表に出てこない歌姫も呼んじゃえるなんて。ダメ元でオファーし続けていたら、テレビの関係ないところならいいよって。面倒なことは嫌だったんだけど、断るたびに、うちのマネがすんごい惜しそうに涙目になってるからさ。
I had to imagine there were tons of business perks in store if they could make friends with Sortilege.
この後私が伴奏してマリアが歌うのよ。楽しんでいってね。ほら。
Of course. By the way, Maria, do you remember a while back at school? Could hardly speak. I was so nervous. Oh, Maria's guys, was icy. Calm down, me, please.
あら、本当に気がついてないのね。だからそう言ったじゃん。
What? They quickly whispered something to one another.
なんでもない。誰かさんは幸せなアホだなーって話。やれやれ。楽しんでいってくださいね。
Oh! My hand! Excuse my hand!
ほら、行くぞシルビー。はーい。
And out they went.
なんか正規の歌姫さん。 性格はきつそうやんね。
I just... oh.
それに誰かに似てるような。ねえ、オロ。
Whoa, 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 whoa! Maria squeezed my hand.
幸せなアホで結構。
I took a quick break over in the corner. Hell. Listen to this, I just got to meet Maria Bishop over there.
知ってますよ。見てました。そんなデレデレした顔、私にも見せたことないのに。
Huh?
なんでもありません。パーティーを楽しんでください。
With that said, Elle headed back along the wall. What about you, Elle? Actually, have you been doing... Well, actually, what have you been doing this whole time? I've been a wallflower this entire
不
party.
審な者がいないか、目を光らせています。まあ、ほとんど学園生なので大丈夫でしょうが。
You're not a bodyguard today, right? The black suits in charge of security had been covering every millimeter of the venue along with the waiters for some time now.
そうですが、まあ、修正のようなものです。
And what's with your outfit? I'd assumed she would wear a dress, given that this was a special party, but she was in her ordinary formal night attire. I mean, it did suit her well enough on its own, but yeah, parties like these don't come around every day, you know.
ちゃんとパーティーは楽しめていますよ。ほら。
Oh. The musical performance had begun. Sylvie was running her fingers happily across the keyboard, the same as ever, paired with Maria Bishop. This was a buffet-style party, so we really hadn't been given any instructions asking us to be quiet, but everyone automatically listened intently. It wasn't because anything world-shattering or otherwise. It was a tune that flowed comfortably from start to finish. Yeah, it was enjoyable. I'm having fun too.
もう食べ過ぎです。
As expected, all the food offerings were crazy delicious, and I greedily shoveled it all into my mouth. The concert reached intermission, and Sylvia and Maria got down off the stage after about 15 minutes. And then, what's going on? The partygoers who had been scattered throughout the venue suddenly crowded along the walls.
ダンスタイムですね。
Is it one of those? European parties are amazing. Now that space had been made in the center, several black suits danced their way out. Guess everyone was free to take part. Even some of the students were in the mix. Kikuchiyo was there. He could dance? Amazing.
私たちも行ってみますか？
Huh? I can't dance.
リードしますよ。ほら。
Ah! I got dragged out with her. Either she wears like ridiculously high panties, or she is just like no panties at all right now. Elle, the fuck. Now that she was out there, it'd be lame to back down without doing anything. Elle, how do I do this?
簡単な曲ですから適当に合わせて。
Okay. Did as she told me and moved forward when she pulled me by the hand and backed up when she pushed.
先輩かっこいい。オーロなのに様になってるじゃん。
I couldn't tell on my own, but everyone else seemed to think I was holding my own. Most impressive of all.
当然ですわ。ある程度は私が仕込んでおります。
Thank you, Mina. Back when she tutored me on dining etiquette and polite, she also taught me the fundamentals of dance. As long as I put the basics to good use, quiet songs were a cinch.
って、服のことを忘れていました。騎士の格好でダンスっておかしいでしょうか？
That's it, shouldn't it be fine? I looked rather stifled for a moment in the middle of our dance. But I'd gotten a knack for it by then. We didn't lose our form. However, dancing's pretty tough, huh? Endurance-wise. The backs of my thighs and beneath my butt had already started to feel heavy.
でしょうか。ああ、でも、普段使わない筋肉を使うので、運動不足だと崩れやすいかもですね。
That's weird. I'm pretty confident in my level of exercise.
オーロがスポーツに入れ込んでいたのは夏までの話。もう衰えるには十分な期間ですよ。
Really? I'm getting rusty? I was so confident in my stamina too. How about let down?
私も決めたことですし、オーロもこれから始めてみてはどうです？フェンシングとか。
Now, this night?
ええ。やらないよりはやる方がきっと楽しいですよ。あなたが教えてくれたことです。
I had zero confidence I could handle more intense songs, so we ducked out once they were about to switch over. Then, I was exhausted the second we got off the dance floor. My thighs gave out on me. I regained my composure quickly enough, but sorry! I bumped into someone who had been close by. That made me feel super guilty on my own, but then... Oh. Making her hand got all over my pants. Oh, you know, they below the belt perfectly.
私が下半身を狙ったわけじゃない。
I mean, I knew that.
オーロ、来てください。服を変えましょう。
Sure. Oh, she'll get him out of those clothes, alright.
金色ラブリッチェ。
That was a sex scene, wasn't it? Next game, December 25th. Christmas. Christmas! In Japanese custom, it was a day for couples to be lovey-dovey with each other. Unfortunately, that time was likely to end without us having the spare time to do so.
ほら、オーロ、早く早く。
On it! Elle hadn't gotten ready for her imminent trip. Elle hadn't gotten ready for her imminent trip home the following days, so she had spent since the morning playing catch-up. After she finally had everything in order by that afternoon, she had to go to the academy. There was something up at the fencing club after all. You just can't catch a break even though it's Christmas, can you?
今日までずっとゆっくりしたからでしょ?
Oh, yeah, but, the fact Elle had spent the entire week leading up to her trip home on me when she was rightly busy with guard duty was something I should be grateful for.
文句を言わず急いでください。今夜はお別れの前に少しでもオーロと一緒する時間を長く取りたいのです。その分急いで。しばらく会えなくても寂しくないように。今日は目いっぱいオーロに甘えるのですから。
Alright, let's make it stop and go, go, go!
急に元気に。現金な人です。
We made it to the academy. With that said, there wasn't much to do. We headed to the fencing club, which was now even more deserted than the day before.
来年以降もよろしくお願いします。
よろしい。
Just to tell them that. It was a huge mess with the club members all mobbing here after the fact. As naturally it went for the other members, but Elle herself looked delighted to have finally made a decision. There was only one person who wasn't overjoyed. I wouldn't go as far as to say... I wouldn't go so far as to say she looked displeased, though.
そう、エルはそっちに決めたのね。
Yep. Are you not happy? Sylvia wanted Elle to continue badly enough to set things in motion before, but Sylvia seemed unhappy now that Elle had made up her mind.
嬉しいわよ。エルは本当に才能があるもの。それを伸ばしてくれるのは私の望みでもあるわ。でもこれで私の護衛からは正式にエルの名前が外れることになるから。
I see. For her to continue fencing into the next year, she would need to fully dedicate herself to the sport. Someone devoting themselves to another pursuit wouldn't be the head of the princess's guards.
心配しないで。エルがフェンシングを選ばなくても私にとってはいまいちな結論ではあったわ。最初からどっちにしろこんな気持ちになる二者択一だったの。
Yet you still gave Elle a push forward. You're amazing, Sylvie.
そうでしょ?
Sylvie left the dojo. Elle passed by and made her way in.
シルビー様は?
Ah, just now. She had left. I signaled as much with my eyes.
そうですか。改めてご報告したかったのですが。
Yeah. Elle had to be dealing with the same conflicting feelings Sylvie had at the moment. She looked relieved, if a little lonely. That just came with the territory. The master-servant relationship they had must have been special to the two of them. To these two, they were once sisters, now knight and princess. It was such an incredibly special thing.
Heroina!
Grab. Elle grabbed some, caught some that had been thrown her way out of nowhere. A rapier?
一本勝負よ。
Whoops. Sylvie came in swinging at the same time. Elle quickly drew the sword and stopped her blow.
シルビー様？
本当にフェンシングに武道に打ち込むならこれの決着をつけてからでないと。私に一度も勝ったことがないんじゃフェンシングでも耐性できないわよ。
Sylvie slashed from right, top, and left. Demonstrative drills. Had I done this before? I remembered right. Elle had lost in all of their matches before, huh?
ほら、エロイナ・ディ・カバレルイスタ、騎士の力を見せてみなさい。
Elle returned her strikes. Sylvie wasn't one to be taken lightly either, and easily stopped her
了
attacks.
解しました。昔の借りを返しましょうか。
They continued to entertain themselves with their game. Neither I nor the club members got in their way. That was how it should be. Nobody could get between the bond they shared. As they furiously crossed their blades.
今日までご契約ご苦労様でした。エロいな。
シルビア様。
私たちようやく役職でなく気持ちで一緒にいられるわね。
Did I just finish the route? I did. I'll just shut up here. Now we go. Fuck. Elle? Elle?
すいません。寝てました。
Your nerves wore you out?
かもしれません。この新幹線というのも困りものですね。何年も日本にいて初めて乗りましたが、とても静かで揺られていると眠くなります。
Yeah, it happens.
終点にはいつ？
We're nearly to the next stop in Shin Yokohama. And about another 20 minutes to Tokyo Station.
そうですか。東京、ついに近づいてきましたね。
Yeah. Are you all ready?
ええ、もちろん。今日のために何年も頑張ってきたのです。
I looked towards the bag in the overhead storage. It was filled with fencing equipment that couldn't quite fit inside and was sticking out a little. The big event was finally here. Elle had raced her way here ever since that day 3 years ago. That was 3 years ago, huh? She would take on the world, just like the article had said.
オーロ、ちゃんと応援してくれますか？
You bet. Well, I'll be cheering on Japan at the same time, though. A spectator, I was feeling pretty excited.
それでいいと思いますよ。日本代表のフエンさんが来ても、私は全力で勝たせてもらいますが。
Yeah, give it all you got.
今日のために国籍が変更できず、オーロとの新婚生活も手続きで面倒を負ったのです。シルビア様からも精一杯戦い抜くよう言われていますし。
Oh, I actually don't think I'm married. Is there a ring? Where's the ring? I need to see the ring. I'm not going to be like giddy and squealy until I see the ring. I know there's at least one person who hasn't watched my videos before, since they literally started watching these videos because it's Kinkoi and they wanted to confirm another member to the Ayaka is a bitch brigade. And my general reaction in these after stories where they are happily married is just basically a high school girl squealing. This is the reason why I adored Hoshiori Yume Mirai, because it is this, but stretched over multiple hours. And I need more of that. More games need to do that. More games need to do that. I will make the rules.
今日ばかりは私のことは日本を倒す資格だと思ってください。
Terrifying! I'll still root for you though. Ellen was fired up, as long as that was true. Let's support her, but...
見えてきましたね。
Mount Fuji was no longer in view, with everything outside the window becoming more rural by the minute. We had made it to Yokohama, just a bit further to Tokyo. It was the year 2020, and powerhouse athletes from around the world had gathered in Tokyo. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Yes, they sure did gather at 2020. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Fuck, I'm taking a screenshot of that. I'm taking a screenshot of that and showing my family just because this is hilarious. Calm.
オーロと出会って恋に落ちて金色の時を生きてきて、あとは金色のメダルをいただくだけです。
Yeah. That day, dear, told me this. Life is short and our time is finite. So if you don't search for this moment, this golden time, then what's the point? Elle had found it. I wanted to cheer her on as much as I could. I wanted to walk through these shining times together. I'll always be with you. Do your best, Elle.
はい。
Picture perfect achievement unlocked. I'm trying to think what to say right now. I mean, what I do know to say is that I fucking adore Elle. Elle is amazing, and basically I'm trying to like think of a title for this right now because I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Yeah, it's problematic. Anyway, so well, well, I do know which route I'm gonna do next, though. Next is gonna be Reino's route. Because, this may sound very mean, but I honestly, I do not care too much for Sylvia. I've mentioned the last part, but again, don't really care too much for her. Yeah. Like, what should I call this part? Call it Married to the Job. You know what, fuck it, I'll just call it Misplaced Sense of Duty. Anyway, it does actually, that does mix well with the part, with the name of part 3, since part 3 is Nightly Duties. And this time it's Misplaced Sense of Duty. So, guessing, like, judging off of these part lengths, I should be able to do one route in 2 videos of basically 4 hours, if my calculations are completely off right now. I say calculations, it's more like guesses. So hey, we're probably gonna be done with this game quickly. Someone did complain on my Discord that heard their stop playing Kinkoi, play a game with actual good writing, like I forgot its name. Nanaida Reincarnation. Like, they actively gave me shit for that. Even though one of them doesn't even watch my videos. Fuck you, Storm. I don't care. Like, he doesn't watch these. He doesn't know that it says fuck you. Even if he did, I don't fucking care. I openly insult him when I call. He openly insults me when I call. I mean, like, literally the greeting the 2 of us have when we enter the call and the other is in there is just like, fuck you. Even though we have, like, the call in my server has been, like, the VC in my server has been basically dead for some time now. Anyways, I'm wasting enough time. I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and next time we'll be sticking it in a fashionista. However, not tomorrow, since tomorrow I'll most likely do the co-host series that was planned for today in actuality. Hopefully that is. Anyways. See you next time. Bye-bye. And maybe I should actually move the mouse over the button before I say anything. Anyways, see ya.